Hello and welcome to the 2020 SCJ Election Night presented by Falcone Automotive. I'm John Hanna.
And I'm Sam Dutch.
Now Sam, what do we have for all the wonderful ladies and gentlemen watching here tonight?
We have a great show tonight. We have so many different segments, so many topics dealing with the election tonight, talking about so much. What are some of the things we can expect tonight?
Well, we're going to have a bunch of guests rotating in and out the studio, and we're going to talk about anything from, the Black Lives Matter movements and all that to what they're doing for the environment. But actually, we're going to send it right now over to Alexis Davis, who's in our Falcone Automotive social desk. Alexis, what's the Twitter looking like right now?
Welcome to the Falcone Automotive Social Desk. My name is Alexis Davis. Right now, Twitter is full of people giving their opinions on the election. It's actually refreshing so fast that it's pretty much hard to keep up with. But both candidates have been tweeting all throughout the day. Former Vice President Joe Biden has been encouraging people to stay in line if they are voting. He retweeted from Team Joe, New Hampshire, if you are waiting at the polls, stay in line. If you're in line, you are guaranteed your right to vote. Retweet to spread the word. While President Donald Trump has been retweeting GOP, saying there is still time to get out and cast your vote. And he's also tweeted that we are looking really good all over the country. Thank you. Joe Biden has also tweeted that polls are beginning to close in certain parts of the country and that time is running out to make your voice heard, so to make sure that you stay with it. President Donald Trump has also been retweeting videos with him giving a bunch of encouragement to voters, and now we're going to go ahead and toss it back over to the desk with John and Sam.
Thank you, Alexis. And obviously, social media played a big part in that 2016 election, and it's going to be playing a big part in this 2020 election. We'll have more on that a bit later as well.
Right.
And now, obviously, not only since 2016, but also President Trump has made a huge impact on social media, whether that be for good or bad, but we'll have Dr. Anthony Moretti in later to talk about that. And now we're going to send it over to Jonah Hoy, who's with three of our RMU Century Media analysts, Mike Delahanty, Tyler Gallo, and Nate Breisinger with more. Guys, what do you have?
Hello, everybody. This is the interview panel, and I'm Jonah Hoy, joined by Mike Delahanty, Tyler Gallo, and Nate Breisinger. So, guys, I just want to ask you, who has the best chance, in your opinion, of winning this election tonight?
It's pretty tough, Jonah. It's pretty tough to decide who's going to win tonight, but my prediction is I'm saying Donald Trump pulls out a second victory and wins re-election tonight.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with Joe Biden here. I think he's going to hit on the big swing states that he needs, like Pennsylvania, Ohio, all these ones that are very, very crucial to this election. We'll touch on a little bit later, but I think Biden's going to take this one pretty handily.
Yeah, and I agree with Tyler. I think Biden wound up winning the election. I think a lot of those swing states are going to go into his favor. And I think when it comes down to the people who are independent and trying to make up their minds between Trump and Biden, I think Biden's going to swing those voters.
So, Mike, why do you think Trump is going to win the election?
Well, we've seen throughout his presidency, he's held up a great deal of his promises. He's started building the wall. He's built one of the greatest economies in our nation's history. I feel like there's no question that he's definitely going to lose a couple states tonight, in my opinion, that he won in 2016. But he's also going to gain a couple states that he lost in 2016.
Do you think he's going to be able to pull those swing states that are so crucial for him to win tonight?
Yes and no. I believe Michigan, which is an important one, I believe he's going to lose Michigan. Throughout the coronavirus pandemic and Governor Gretchen Whitmer's leadership, I feel like Michigan's going to swing more Democratic. I do believe he's going to win Pennsylvania again. Pennsylvania is a huge battleground state right now, and with Joe Biden's comments about fracking and stuff of that nature, I believe that Trump has a very strong chance of winning Pennsylvania.
Your opinion on which swing states, or whether Donald Trump, which ones he will be able to flip, or Joe Biden, which ones he will flip?
I think it's going to come down to Florida and Pennsylvania. These are two very, very big swing states, as we've already touched on a little bit. Pennsylvania, though, is going to be the most crucial one, and I see actually Biden pulling off a surprise win in this one. unfortunately, right now for Donald Trump is the one thing he's got going against him, one thing that's been on the Americans' minds for the last couple months is his COVID policy. And I think Joe Biden has come out with a much, much stronger COVID policy. He's going to put a lot of investment in testing chances and masks, mandates, and all that. So I think he has the best chance of winning, especially because this is such a fresh and important thing on people's minds.
Do you think Joe Biden will be hurt or not be able to flip Pennsylvania as easily due to his comments recently that have been about him and fracking and whether or not he will ban it or not?
Well, I think the fracking thing has been taken a little bit out of context, in my opinion. I think he's sort of going to gradually lessen it. He's not going to get rid of it entirely. I think he's going to, or end new fracking. He's not going to, because it's such a detriment to the environment, and I think environmental conservation is so important, so I think he's just going to sort of gradually lessen it.
Preisinger?
And, well, I think, behind the reasoning why Biden's going to win is he's going to take some of those swing states, especially, in my opinion, he takes Georgia and North Carolina. Especially in Georgia, I think he's really getting the support of those black voters, and I think with the Black Lives Matter movement, that's really an important topic in this debate. And then looking at Arizona as another swing state that I think he takes over. I think he takes that over because there's a higher percentage of senior citizens within that state, and with Trump's COVID response, I think that's really going to hurt him in this state, and Biden takes over.
How do you feel about the third-party candidates? Do you feel like Jorgensen or West will have any validity in either state and win any of them?
I don't see them winning any states, but I do see them having a strong voter turnout, stronger than you would assume for these third-party candidates. Some of them are actually pretty good. Joe Jorgensen will definitely have the strongest of the most third-party candidates. We actually saw Kentucky had a lot from Kanye West, surprisingly. So I just think that it's sort of really, they're just trying their best out there.
Yeah, and I think, including Howie Hawkins from the Green Party, Joe Jorgensen, and all these independent candidates, I think they'll make an impact on taking away some of the voters from Biden and Trump, and that could help Biden if he ends up winning this election. Whoever wins, it's going to help them in the end. But there's a lot of candidates who are registered independent that are on a lot of write-in ballots and on the ballots themselves. So.
Well, thank you for your answers about your predictions tonight. Now we'll toss it back to John Hanna and Sam Dutch.
Thank you guys, and obviously they mentioned a lot of those key swing states, your Floridas, your Pennsylvanias, but we're actually going to see what those states are looking like right now. We're going to send it over to Austin Bechtold, who's in our map center. Austin, what's the states looking like?
Well, thank you, John. And as you mentioned, there are a lot of battleground states that we're going to be keeping an eye on today. A couple of those: Pennsylvania, here in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Florida, Arizona this year, as Nate mentioned earlier. Also talking about North Carolina. Georgia is also in contention. And as you can see right now, there's a couple states that it looks like right now President Trump is in the lead in Florida. Currently right now, President Trump also in the lead in North Carolina as well as Indiana. And we are now able to call South Carolina for President Trump. Texas, with a little bit of voting coming in currently at the moment, leaning Joe Biden, and as well as Georgia at the moment. We are also able to call West Virginia and Kentucky for President Trump. We're going to be able to fix that up on our map there a little bit, but those states are at the moment called for President Trump. And right now, we're still early in the hour, 8 o'clock. A lot more polls have closed, but a lot more results are going to be coming in, John.
Well, thank you, Austin. Obviously, we'll be checking back in as things happen. But coming up after the break, Sam and I will be talking about the candidates that are up for election. So stay tuned here on the 2020 SCJ Election Night presented by Falcone Automotive.
All right.
When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother and... I am totally a hot person. Right, guys? Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here. Wait. What? I can't drive. Why? I'm high. Oh.
STEM is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night, hosted by Falcone Automotive. We will now be going via Google Meet to Colby Sherwin and Ethan Morrison in the Colonial Cafe here at RMU to hear some takes from themselves and other people around them. So we're coming to you.
Thank you, John and Sam. I'm Ethan Morrison. And I'm Colby Sherwin, and we're here in the PNC Colonial Cafe. As you see, it's a little bit empty right now. Ethan, what's going on about the election right now?
I mean, it's still a very close race. It's still very early on. Still got a lot of swing states to decide. As you said, Colby, it's a little bare here in the cafe, but coming up a little later, we're going to try to get to speak to some students and see what their thoughts are on the election.
Right. For me, as you were talking right now, the one that's sticking out to me is Texas. It is a little early in the race, but Texas right now, Joe Biden is leading, but not by a lot.
So yeah, I mean, still pretty early on. Nothing for Pennsylvania so far. We'll send it back to the guys at the desk.
And welcome back. And actually, our own Ethan Morrison was actually out at the polls today, so he was able to get some interviews with people, see how they were end up voting. So let's take a look at that.
I talked to voters in Cranberry Township about the pressing issues that swayed their vote in the upcoming election.
Primarily social issues. Just all of the social injustice going on in the world right now has been a huge determining factor for me.
It comes down to the right to life, as well as who's going to stand more on the side of Christianity and our values, as well as what is this country going to look like. I don't want to be a socialist country.
I would say one, the handling of the pandemic. Another one might be the economy.
I also asked voters on why they chose to vote in person rather than voting by mail.
Just what I've always done. So I just, there's something about waking up on election day and, heading here to the polls and standing in line. I get to include my son in the process, so it's really important to me.
Because I feel like it's more likely that my vote's going to count.
I have my vote-in, mail by vote-in right here. I had actually already waited in line, forgot to bring it, so I had to go back home and get it. The reason why I came is because I didn't know that it wouldn't be counted until today if they had received it, and now it might even be counted on Friday, and it might be, not even counted if the Supreme Court overrules.
It will be interesting to see how in-person voting numbers will turn out after over 100 million people voted early in this year's election. From Cranberry Township, I'm Ethan Morrison, RMU Century Media.
Well, thank you, Ethan. Now we're back here in the studio, and there's really three main candidates coming into this election. We talked about them briefly earlier, as did Nate, Tyler, and Mike. But who are the big three?
The big three, of course, we have Donald Trump, and we also have Joe Biden. And then the big three is?
Well, for the Libertarians, we have Joe Jorgensen, obviously third parties. Bit of a interesting topic, but we'll touch on that later in the show.
Right.
But actually, speaking of tossing over to people, we're going to toss it over now to Jonah Hoy, who's with Anthony Moretti, Dr. Anthony Moretti, Associate Professor in Department of Communication and Organizational Leadership, and then David Moody as well. Jonah, what do you have?
Well, thank you, John Hanna. I am here with the esteemed Dr. Anthony Moretti and my wonderful history major colleague, David Moody. Now, I have a question. Who do you think has the best chance of winning this election? Jorgensen, Trump, or Biden?
Biden, because he has more paths to the 270 electoral college votes that are needed. If you presume that he matches the 232 that Hillary Clinton won 4 years ago, which seems to be a foregone conclusion, then he could, for example, simply win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. It would be all over. For Donald Trump to win, he has to both carry some of the states that he won 4 years ago, but more importantly, the polls coming into tonight suggested that in a lot of the battleground states he was behind. Not necessarily behind in such a way that he couldn't catch up, but nevertheless behind. So he's got to find a couple of proverbial rabbits out of the hat, because right now you would say Joe Biden has the easier path, but not the guaranteed path.
Would you say Biden has a lead because Republicans tend to vote more in person and Democrats vote more mail-in ballot, and that's where it can give Biden the lead? Do you think that is one of the reasons, or? In
most years, I'd say yes. This year, because roughly 100 million or so people voted early, either by mail-in or absentee, which is a record for this country, primarily because of coronavirus. This year, it's a little harder to project exactly what the numbers are going to tell us. Saying that, we do project or do know that younger voters and Democrats are more likely to have taken advantage of voting on or voting by mail or absentee ballot. So probably tonight, the numbers will favor Donald Trump, but as more and more of those ballots are counted, Biden's advantage might start kicking in.
David, who do you think has the best chance of winning?
So I think it's Biden, by like a slim margin, but I do think it is Biden. Because
why do you say slim?
Just because I think that the people who are voting for Trump know they're voting for Trump. Even the people who are voting for Biden, not all of them are on board. So I think there are going to be some people that just get swayed at the last minute. My roommate, I was talking to him today. He voted today, and he said like he's a libertarian, so he was thinking like, oh, I'm voting Joe Jorgensen, and then last minute he was like, I can't do 4 more years of Trump. He was like, I'm voting for Biden. So I think that is going to get Biden over the hump. But
now, for both of you, the third-party candidates. It just seems like with the U.S.'s two-party system, they will never have a platform to actually win. Do you think Jorgensen will be able to get, since both candidates are kind of controversial in some aspects, do you think Jorgensen will be able to get more support in some states because of the controversies or just because of?
You want to go first?
I'll go first. Yeah, I think so. I don't know if Jorgensen will have a chance to do very well, just because both sides of the spectrum politically are both very in their camp of, you got to vote for Trump, you got to vote for Biden. So I think anyone who's like, well, I do agree with Jo Jorgensen's views, I do agree with her politically, they're going to be more pressured to be like, oh, Biden, oh, Trump. So I don't see it happening in this election. If I'm being honest, I don't really see it happening ever with the way the country is structured. I mean, but that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you so much for your answers. I would like to toss it back to John and Sam Dutch.
Thank you. There definitely will be really interesting to see who we think will win, who will win.
One point that David brought up is I know a lot of people were, on the fence on who they were going to vote for, especially that third party, whether they would make an impact or it would be better to vote for one of the main 2 candidates.
Right. Yeah.
And now we're going to actually send it to a quick commercial break, after which we're going to see Ethan and Colby back in the CAF. Stay tuned here.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Maybe you can make retirement happen. After all, you made her college years happen. Opening that education savings account when she was little. Spearheading a campus tour. And another, and another, and another, and another. Bam! Deciphering financial aid. She was like, what? But now she's like, yeah! you waste planning for college. Now get the tips you need to get on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Jason, let's go see your room.
How is it? Is it good?
Things could be stranger, but I don't know how. I'm going through changes now. Could spend a lifetime trying to figure it out. I'm going through changes, through all of the strangeness. I'm going through changes now.
And welcome to the SCJ Election Night for 2020, presented by Falcone Automotive. And now we're actually going to send it down to the RMU Colonial Cafe with Ethan Morrison and Colby Sherwin. What do you have via Google Meet? What do you have for us, guys?
I'm here with Cam Demarest. Cam, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
First question is, did you vote this year?
Yes, I voted this year.
Okay. Did you vote by mail or in person?
I voted in person.
Why did you vote in person this year?
I know that there's a lot of like tempted fraud with the mail-in voting. I didn't think it's very reliable. I mean, everyone has their own opinion, obviously, but I just feel like it was easier to vote in person. And like, I didn't really have a reason to mail it in because I only live like 30 miles south. So I just went home and voted and stuff. So.
What were some of the issues that were most pressing to you in this upcoming election?
You know, like from the candidates or from mail-in or
from like the candidates' perspective?
Probably just like the COVID response. Let's see, the economy, jobs, jobs obviously. What else? Jobs. That's about it, honestly. And mainly the COVID response and the lockdowns and all that. That really like sparked my interest this year. So.
Thank you, Cam, for coming on.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Let's send it back to John and Sam at the desk.
Thank you, Ethan, from the cafe, along with Colby. We are now going to send it back to the map with Austin Bechtold. Austin, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Sam. Let's take a look once again at just what's going on right now in the country. And right now we're seeing more states are starting to come in. President Trump looking like he's starting to take a little bit of control in Texas. Also has a lead in Florida with about 85% of the vote in. Also looking like he's building up a lead in Indiana, also in Kentucky. But it looks like at the moment now, Joe Biden, as votes are starting to come in, is starting to get a little bit of a momentum, a little bit of a lead in both Pennsylvania and also in Ohio, as well as a new battleground state that we see this year in Georgia. Also going on right now, we got Tennessee. And it looks like North Carolina also is leaning Donald Trump, and seeing a lot of the states that are up in the New England area, as they usually do, go blue and go towards Joe Biden. So at the moment, looking like it's a little even right now, and the states that we thought that both Joe Biden and President Trump will be leading in right now, looks like that's the case, but just right now at the moment, guys.
Well, thank you, Austin. Obviously, maps tend to change a lot over the course of election. But stay tuned with us. We're going to keep you updated on everything for the 2020 election here on the SCJ Election Night presented by Falcone Automotive.
Can't high five. All right. When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother and... I am totally a hot person. Right, guys? Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here. Wait. What? I can't drive. Why? My
precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
And welcome back to the SCJ Election Night coverage presented by Falcone Automotive. Now we're going to send it over to Jonah Hoy, who's with our panel of experts. They're going to be discussing their go-to, or their states to watch. Guys, what do you have for us?
Thank you, John Hanna. I'm back with my esteemed friends here. And now let's talk about battleground states. Which state do you think will be the most crucial for this election, for either Biden or Trump to flip or win?
Well, Jonah, I believe Florida is a really important state. President Trump won Florida in 2016, but I believe that Joe Biden has a really strong chance here in 2020. His wife, Dr. Jill Biden, was in Tampa Bay today rallying for him, and I believe that that's a very important state to watch out for, but I believe Joe Biden is going to win that state.
Well, Joan, I'm going to stay right here in Pennsylvania and say this is the state to watch during this election, mostly because while it was sort of flipped in the last election, it could flip right back this one. And I'm going to take a look at a couple of counties that are really important right now, especially for Joe Biden to win this one. Erie actually was a historically blue county until 2016, and then both candidates have made campaign trails through this area. But if Biden can win this county back, it could be huge. And then, of course, Lackawanna, Luzerne, the northeastern PA counties, these ones are very, very important. And then Philadelphia, it just basically leans on how much he can win that area. Delco, Bucks County, all those ones are really, really important for him to win.
Are you worried about Beaver County and how it might, I heard that there might be something that it might switch to red maybe.
That is definitely one to keep an eye on, and that's one that could be very important in this election, as most of these Pennsylvania counties are, especially in this area.
Do you think Beaver County, if it does switch to red or blue, will be a crucial part of winning Pennsylvania?
I think it will be. If you can gain these bigger counties, ones that have more area and more people in them, I think that's going to lead to the win in the election.
And for me, I would have to say Arizona. Like I mentioned earlier in the show, I think that's a crucial state and I think that's going to go to Biden. It's going to be the first time that it goes blue since 1996 when Bill Clinton won it. And I think it's the key issue, like I mentioned earlier, was the coronavirus and how Donald Trump had handled it. And not too long ago, there was a big surge in Arizona, and I think a lot of the older residents, and there's every 1 in 5 resident of Arizona are 65 and older. So I think this is definitely a big impact issue on them and how Trump had handled the virus. And I think the way Biden wants to handle it going forward, if he wins the election, is definitely something that concerns them.
Now, I know there's some other states that are crucial to the election being won, but there's some that might also be flipped, such as like Texas. Texas is like neck and neck. It was neck and neck before the election, where it was like 48-49. It was like on the brink of those. And Georgia might flip, and we see that. And a lot of people are moving to the suburbs. A lot of African Americans are moving to the suburbs, and you see them a lot voting more for Biden. Do you think these usually southern states that go for red will actually go for Biden this year?
I feel like there's a couple that will, such as Texas. I believe Biden will be able to pull through in Texas this time around, but I do not believe that he's going to win a large majority of these southern states. I believe that Donald Trump will be able to dominate in these southern states like he did in 2016.
I can see Biden winning Georgia. I can see it flipping completely in this one, as we've already seen. Right now, the early polls say that he is winning in Georgia, but obviously, it's going to move on, and he can win this. If he can win this one outright, it's going to be huge for him.
And I agree with Tyler, because historically Georgia is a red state, and recently has turned into a toss-up state. But I think Biden, the way he's approached black voters and gotten the support from them and women as well in Georgia, that's one that I think will win.
Do you see North Carolina, out of all the states, there's Georgia, there's North Carolina, which are some of the southern states. Do you see Biden flipping both or only one?
I honestly see him flipping one, because it's going to be tough to get through the red wall that is over there. But I believe if he does flip one, it's going to be Georgia. North Carolina, obviously historically red. Like you said, haven't voted blue since 1996 with Bill Clinton. But I think if he can get a state, it will be Georgia.
Mike, anything to add?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that Trump will be able to still dominate in North Carolina. As I said before, again, this is a crucial state. Again, Dr. Jill Biden also going there today, along with Florida.
Mike, I hate to interrupt you, and I'm so sorry. I wish I could finish that thought, but we have to go back to John and Sam back on the desk.
Thank you guys for your thoughts on battleground states. What are your thoughts, John Hanna?
Well, I agree with Tyler that Pennsylvania is going to be a really big one. It went red for the first time since 1992 in 2016, Trump winning by only 0.7%. So that's a very narrow margin. It can easily switch, especially on Biden's comments about fracking, as was mentioned earlier by Tyler.
Right. Now we're going to go back to the Falcone Automotive Social Desk with Alexis Davis. Alexis, what do you have for us?
Welcome back to the Falcone Automotive Social Desk. So on Twitter, not only are the presidential candidates active, but also the vice presidential candidates. Senator Kamala Harris has been encouraging people to stay in line, which it seems like that is something that the Biden-Harris administration is focusing on at this time. And then Vice President Mike Pence has not been as active on Twitter. He did retweet something from the GOP about 2 hours ago, but he is encouraging people to vote, and he also tweeted to get out and vote America. Also trending on Twitter have been multiple states. Florida has been trending as they are likely going to be a deciding factor. Pennsylvania has also been trending, and also just election night has been trending. The tweets are going in so fast, it's honestly hard to keep track of them. So it's very obvious that people have a lot of thoughts and have a lot to say on what is going on in this election. Yeah, and it just seems like the Trump administration is focusing more on just encouraging people to vote in general, where the Biden-Harris administration is focusing on making sure that people know that they do have the right to stay in line and vote, even if the polls have closed. All right, we're going to go ahead back to the desk with Sam and John.
Thank you, Alexis. And now we're going to send it. Donald Trump obviously made an impact in this area. He was at the Pittsburgh airport, what was it, a couple months ago. So we're actually going to send it. We actually had some of RMU Century Media's talent there, so we're going to take a look at what happened at that event.
Donald Trump was in Western Pennsylvania today to discuss topics such as fracking and energy in Pennsylvania, as well as COVID-19 regulations set by Governor Tom Wolf. Thousands gathered in the Pittsburgh International Airport to hear what he had to say.
For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the people of Pennsylvania like nobody has ever stood up before.
President Donald Trump took to the Atlantic Aviation Hangar in Pittsburgh to promote votes for his re-election campaign. One of his main selling points was promising to keep Pennsylvania an epicenter of energy. President Trump mentioned the Shell power plant in Beaver County when making this point.
Last year I visited the petrochemical in Beaver County, Pennsylvania. The largest investment in your state's history, and that was all made possible by our pro-energy policies.
President Trump also advocated for the support of local officers and promised to fight against police defunding. This prompted several local sheriffs to endorse his re-election. 2 Democratic sheriffs who plan on voting Republican this year were recognized.
There's 2 sheriffs who just changed their registration. Oh, that's right. To become Republicans, they were longtime Democrats. Oh, who are those 2 sheriffs? Whoa. Thank you. That's Fayette County Sheriff James Custer and Forest County Sheriff Bob Wolfgang. Where's Bob? Stand up, fellas. Thank you.
The presidential election was not the only competition discussed, with Trump publicly endorsing Republican candidate Sean Parnell, who will be running against current Pennsylvania Congressman Connor Lamb.
Connor Lamb turned out to be a stone-cold phony. When he was running, it's a very Trump, they like me. And I thought he was a Republican because his ads were so good. We have to respect our president. I said, this guy's doing some beautiful ads. And I found out he was a Democrat. And I'll tell you what, he's nothing compared to Sean. Sean is the real deal.
Addressing COVID-19, President Trump spoke about the social distancing regulations in Pennsylvania.
The only thing you're allowed to do in Pennsylvania, you can't go to church, right? You can't meet, you can't congregate, you can't look at each other. You can't give your wife a kiss goodnight, you gotta wear a mask. You can't do anything!
The president was also campaigning in Pennsylvania during a trip to Latrobe on September 3rd.
We will make America great again. Thank you, Pennsylvania.
The president spoke for roughly an hour and a half before heading back to Air Force One, and when he left, he encouraged people here to do just one thing: vote. For RMU Century Media, I'm John Blinn.
Well, thank you, John. Obviously, Western PA is a big battleground area for both Biden and Trump. But coming up after the break, Jonah Hoy is going to be sitting down with Jay Patel of the College Republicans. Stay tuned here on SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive.
Doesn't see race. Love is love.
What are you doing in there?
What's that?
I wouldn't do that. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
How prepared is your family if a hurricane shows up at your doorstep, or a flood, or a blizzard? You can't just turn away a natural disaster. That's why it's important to go to ready.gov/plan now. It has the tools and tips you need to make an emergency plan with your family. So if disaster comes knocking,
let's go.
You'll be ready to help keep your family safe.
It's just a pizza.
Yes.
Make a plan today.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive. And as we talked about before the break, we're going to send it now over to Jonah Hoy, who's with Jay Patel of the College Republicans. Jonah, what's it looking like over there?
It's looking pretty good over here. I'm joined by a good guest of mine, Jay Patel, who is a member of the College Republicans, and unfortunately, a member of the College Democrats could not make it tonight. Thank you for meeting with me, Jay.
No problem.
So, who do you think has the best chance of winning the election?
I'm going to go with Joe Biden for this election. Yeah, do you want me to get into the reasons?
Yeah, why is that?
First of all, let's remember that Trump already started off with not having the popular vote back in 2016. Furthermore, he has lost a lot of popularity over these past 4 years because his approval rating hasn't penetrated 50% throughout his entire presidency, and it's only gone down since his inauguration. It's about 40% right now. So the fact that what he already started off with, plus his approval has gotten worse, and I don't imagine this entire pandemic has made his situation any better.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Do you think Western PA, like Beaver County and other counties, will play a crucial role in winning PA? Because Beaver County is on the verge of maybe it could go red, it could go blue. They don't know.
I think it's a little too early and too close to call because, yeah, we have Pennsylvania, but there's also Philadelphia on the eastern side of PA. So I'm not going to speculate on that one. I think it's a little too close to call right now.
Do you think any third-party candidate will have an impact on the election tonight? Do you see Jorgensen winning any state or anything like that?
No, as President has said, as history has said in this country, at least in recent history, that there's probably almost no chance of that happening.
What swing states will you think will go to which candidate?
Well, I think as we've seen, Ohio has been, in recent history, whichever candidate gets Ohio, they've accurately predicted the election in a lot of recent elections. I'm thinking Pennsylvania will. I'm hoping Ohio will, but I don't know.
There's a good chance that Biden could flip Georgia, which was predominantly a southern state that always went, well, it is a southern state that always went to Republican candidates. And do you see Georgia being able to flip, or do you see it staying as it's always been?
What the poll said, I was really surprised when that actually happened. Like, how did that happen? But what the poll said, yes. But as we've seen in previous elections, back in 2016, Hillary had like a 90-some% chance of winning, and obviously it went downhill from there. So, yeah.
Why do you think you see these once red states maybe being able to flip to the other side?
I think people didn't realize what was in store when Trump came in. I just don't think people...
He bit off a little more than they could chew.
Yeah, for sure, because he... especially with this pandemic, I think that's one of the big. If Trump does lose, it's going to be because of this COVID pandemic. Because a lot of people have been affected. It doesn't care about your political affiliation. So a lot of people have been affected. And if you are a Trump supporter that voted red in 2016, and your family has been heavily affected, as we see in the South, as they are, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why people may turn on Trump.
Thank you so much. Now let's go back to John and Sam back at the desk.
Thank you, Jonah Hoy and Jay Patel. Again, like Jonah said, the Democrat representative wasn't able to make it, but we appreciate you coming out. So we're going to go back to the map with Austin Bechtold to take a closer look at some of those states we mentioned. Austin, what do you have?
Thank you, Sam. And I want to take a closer look at Pennsylvania and just some of the key counties that you're going to be looking at in terms of Pennsylvania voting. Erie County, a county that for the majority of the last couple election cycles has gone Democratic, but it was a key state for President Trump in the 2016 election. He was able to win Erie County by about 3,000 votes. So if President Trump is going to want to get re-election, that's definitely an area where he's definitely going to have to capitalize on in Erie, Pennsylvania. Another place to look at is Dauphin County, home of Harrisburg, obviously the state capital. Hillary Clinton was able to defeat President Trump by a couple points there, so expect Joe Biden to probably take that county, along with Philadelphia County, which always leans pretty Democratic. And it's just a matter of, along with Allegheny County, how many votes can President Trump make up to try to get that overall total in Pennsylvania to be able to win the 20 electoral votes in the state. Another state that I'm really looking at is Ohio. Ohio, last election cycle in 2016, was a key state for President Trump. He was able to win it by about 8 to 7 points. And a lot of the areas that went blue were mostly just the biggest cities in the state of Ohio. Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Columbus all went blue. But other than that, the whole state of Ohio was basically red. At the moment, Joe Biden and President Trump's battle in Ohio is pretty tight, with Joe Biden up as early numbers were coming in at about 50% over President Trump. And in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden holding a little bit of a margin as well. But with about 50% of the votes in, there's still a lot of time left. And with the status of mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania still being counted a couple days after the election cycle, it's going to be hard to be able to call these states tonight, and they may be going on in the next couple of days, guys.
Well, thank you, Austin. Obviously, those are going to be some key states to watch: Ohio, Pennsylvania, and as we mentioned earlier, Michigan, Wisconsin. We'll keep you up to date with all of that. But now we're going to send it down to the Colonial Cafe with Ethan Morrison and Colby Sherwin via Google Meet. What do you have for us, guys?
Thank you, John and Sam. Well, we got some news on the District 17 election. Connor Lamb, it's still too early to call, but Connor Lamb is leading with 9% of the vote in. This is one of the bigger races in the House in PA.
Yes, so when you looked at this election, really, both of them had kind of key ads into why they believe they should win this seat. With Connor Lamb, it was more that he's been there before. He won the seat. He's going to do it again. Why he wants to do it. With Sean Parnell, I'm not a career politician. I'm a veteran. I'm going to fight for veteran rights. That's kind of what I've been seeing. What have you been seeing?
I mean, I've been seeing a lot of the same things. Just gonna have to wait this one out. Just like I said, too early to call. We should get more votes, more information as more votes come in. We'll send it back to John and Sam at the desk.
Well, thank you, Ethan and Colby. And coming up after the break, we're going to have a bit of a look in to some of the smaller elections happening around Pennsylvania. So stay tuned here on SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive.
Can't high five. All right. When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother and... I am totally a hot person. Right, guys? Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here. Wait. What? I can't drive. Why? My. Oh.
Stand is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive. Now, earlier in the year, the Democrats had a bit of a local rally, which included incumbent Representative Connor Lamb. RMU Central Media was able to go out to that, so let's see what he had to say.
COVID-19 has impacted everything in 2020, including the way that political parties are campaigning. For Moon Township Democrats, the solution was simple: an outdoor rally outside of the Moon Township Municipal Building. Here they gathered to support local candidates and, of course, Joe Biden.
Democratic officials from all across Pennsylvania gathered in Moon Township on Saturday to meet with their supporters.
And I'm going to call it, if 2018 was the blue wave, 2020 is going to be the blue tsunami. We are going to go from the White House to the U.S. Senate to state houses around this country. We're going to put a majority in Harrisburg.
Quite a few big names attended the event, including Congressman Connor Lamb, State Senator Pam Iovino, Pennsylvania Representative Anita Kulik, and County Executive Rich Fitzgerald. The politicians spoke about the area's switch to blue during the special election in 2018, when local voters elected Lamb as their local congressman.
One that occurred in March of 2018,
when we shocked the world by electing a young congressman by the name of Connor Lamb in a district that Donald Trump had won by 20 points. And it happened because people got out and worked.
Speakers encourage residents to continue the enthusiasm from the special election in order to maintain Democratic success throughout the area.
So stand up straight. This election is our chance. Not just to win seats, not just to hold power, but to get these things done on behalf of the people that we represent.
The event was hosted by the Moon, Crescent, Coriopolis, and Findlay Township Democratic Committee.
With Pennsylvania typically acting as a swing state, one thing is for certain: Pennsylvania will play a major role in either candidate's success. Reporting for RMU-TV at the Moon Township Municipal Building, I'm John Blinn.
Thank you, John Blinn and company, for that interview with Connor Lamb. So now we will be tossing it back over to the desk with David Moody and Dr. Anthony Moretti, talking all about local elections with Jonah Hoy. So, table.
Hello. Thank you again, Sam and John, for bringing me back to the panel, and Dr. Moretti and David, thank you again for joining me. Of course. Now, how crucial are these local elections, especially like the bigger counties like Beaver County, which is it could switch from red to blue. It doesn't know, but it usually has gone blue, and now it might switch to red.
What usually happens in a presidential election year is so much of the Senate races, and especially the House races, get forgotten. What we anticipate tonight, if everything goes as expected, is that the Democrats' lead in the House at best is going to hold, or at worst is going to hold, at best might increase. But the Connor Lamb-Sean Parnell race is one that is really, really, really being watched across the country, in part because for the longest time this seat was held by Tim Murphy, who's a Republican. One of the reasons that Lamb took the seat a couple of years ago was because Murphy was seen as sort of being a disgraced candidate. And so it's conceivable that
Why was he considered a disgraced candidate?
There was a personal to-do about a girlfriend and a pregnancy and all those
politicians and sex scandals.
There've been a few
Tale
of those.
as old as time.
There have been a few of those over the American history, hasn't there? So what's intriguing tonight is if Connor Lamb can hold this seat again, then one of the indications would be that perhaps for Democrats, this is going to be a seat that they can look at being much more long-term. If he loses tonight, then the anticipation or the message inevitably is going to be, see, he won only because the Republicans were disgraced in the short term, and now it's going to go back to being a somewhat reliable Republican seat.
For both of you, do you think Connor Lamb has a good chance of winning over Sean Parnell?
I mean, I think he has a fair chance. I think I'm not too well versed on this, but like, I don't know. I feel like a bunch of people might be a bit more fed up with the Republicans. We've been under Republican, rule for a short period of time now. So I think some people might want to shift.
Do you think some people in PA have lost faith in the Democrats due to Tom Wolf, where people have been criticizing him for his work on the coronavirus and the lockdown, even though PA has had one of the lower COVID rates and was working more efficiently than some other states? Do you feel that might hurt the Democratic and Connor Lamb during this district election?
I would have said yes if there would have been, if the feeling across the country, and more specifically maybe in Pennsylvania, was Tom Wolf is the one that really botched the state's response. But I think it's much more of a national conversation about the perception, again, obviously, certainly mostly among Democrats, that it was the national response, especially coming out of the White House, that was so flawed and so incomplete that really tonight is more of a, if Donald Trump royally screwed it up, let's get him out. That could benefit Connor Lamb.
Okay, so you could see if Trump gets out of office and Biden comes in, a new coronavirus plan that could potentially help PA and the local elections, which would have a better plan.
Frankly, I think, and I hope this doesn't come off as a political statement, but inevitably it's going to, it would be nice to have a national response to what is happening with coronavirus, presuming that, magically that vaccines are going to appear and that it's just going to disappear by itself. Clearly that it hasn't worked, and more importantly, we know we're heading into flu season where there's an anticipation of both coronavirus spikes and the flu really, really putting stress on the healthcare system in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
Both of you, do you think Connor Lamb and Parnell, since they're fairly young candidates, do you think this will play to an advantage or a detriment in them being in Congress or the House of Representatives?
I think it will. I think, I mean, youthful voters are sort of the heart of this election, at least. So I think it's important for, you know, the parties to put forth youthful candidates to get that vote. Because, like, I look at Connor Lamb, I'm like, oh, he's closer in age to me than, say, Joe Biden or Trump. Like, plain and simple, I would relate more to him than to either of.
I thought he was going to say me.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Not yet. It's still the night's still young.
The night's young, yeah.
No, he's absolutely right. You know, and you know, keep in mind one of the reasons that Tim Murphy was so successful. Again, holding this seat for, I believe it was 14 years, if my memory's being kind to me, is that he appealed to both Democrats and Republicans. He was very much a sort of a centrist Republican in a way, although some of his policies did hold pretty firmly to the Republican platform. Connor Lamb is trying to be the same way. Connor Lamb is not going to come in and be sort of a liberal, progressive firebrand, for lack of a better word. He's going to be very loyal to the Democratic Party.
Hasn't he voted on Trump's economic policies in favor of them? If I'm correct, I know.
I think you are. I think you are, and the reason I think was there was something, if my memory's being kind to me, related to fracking.
Okay.
Which I think was one of the reasons, but my memory's a little squishy on that one.
And I would just like to toss it back to John and Sam back at the desk.
Thank you, Jonah, and thank you, Dr. Anthony Moretti and David Moody, for your thoughts on all things local elections. We will now be tossing it back to Alexis Davis at the Falcone Automotive Social Desk. Alexis, what do you have for us?
Welcome back to the Falcone Automotive Social Desk. So now I'm going to be looking at what is trending on Twitter. At number 1, we have Florida trending. People are giving their thoughts on what the results are looking like for the state. So far, it is looking like President Donald Trump will be winning the state, but you never know what will happen. At number 2, we have hashtag Election Night. People are giving their commentary on the results so far, as long as predictions on what will happen next. And then at 3, we have Texas trending. Texas is a deciding state. We're not really sure quite how it will go yet. Some points it's been looking more blue, some points it's been looking more red. So people are just very curious on what will happen with Texas. Kentucky and Indiana are also trending. And then trending at number 16 is the quote, "stay in line," which, as I said earlier, is something that the Biden-Harris administration has been stressing throughout the night. So it is looking good for them, the fact that that phrase is trending. Now, going back to President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, they have not been as active recently on Twitter. Trump has not tweeted for about 2 hours, and Biden hasn't tweeted himself for about an hour, but he did retweet a tweet about a few minutes ago. Back to you, and back to Sam and John.
Thank you, Alexis. And you mentioned that Indiana was trending, and now that we can confirm that Donald Trump has won the state of Indiana, so that'll be an interesting thing to keep an eye on as the night progresses with the maps. But stay tuned here at SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Maybe you can make retirement happen. After all, you made her college years happen. Opening that education savings account when she was little. Spearheading a campus tour. And another, and another, and another, and another. Bam! Deciphering financial aid. She was like, what? And now she's like, you aced planning for college. Now get the tips you need to get on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Jason, let's go see your room.
Things could be stranger, but I don't know how. I'm going through changes now. Could spend a lifetime trying to figure it out. I'm going through changes, through all of the strangeness. I'm going through changes now.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive, and we are now officially in hour 2. Woo! And as we talked about before that break, it has been official. Donald Trump has won the state of Indiana. So now let's send it over to Austin Bechtold to see how the states look.
Well, thank you, John. And as you said, just adds to President Trump's total right now with the state of Indiana. And currently, Joe Biden, we can confirm, has won the state of Illinois. Now, some other states that are starting to turn a little bit in the president's favor at the moment. Currently, Florida looking red at the moment with the president holding a little bit of a lead there, as well as in Georgia. We are able to confirm that West Virginia and also that South Carolina are going to be going to the president. And we can also confirm that New York, even though it's not yet updated on the map, it is going to be going to President Joe Biden. And just some other states that are going on right now. President Trump has also won Oklahoma, Arkansas, and also Nebraska, as well as a lot of other states that he is starting to accumulate here in this red wall that we're starting to see. Also, we're able to call South Dakota for the president, and North Dakota is also starting to lean his way as well. So that's it for the map right now. A lot of updates as we now reach the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be getting a lot more states that are going to be called. So, John and Sam, we're going to have a lot more updates coming up.
Thank you, Austin. We'll be checking in with you throughout the show. And now Jonah Hoy is sitting back with our college Republican Jay Patel. Jonah, what do you have for us right now?
Thank you again, John. I'm back with Jay Patel, and we're going to talk about a little bit about local elections. So how do you feel about Sean Parnell maybe winning the 17th district of PA?
I'd say unlikely because we are a really blue district here in PA, Allegheny. So I'm going to go for against him.
How do you feel about Connor Lamb backing away from Republican policy recently? Because Connor Lamb has been known to be socially liberal but fiscally conservative and vote in favor of Trump's policies, sometimes regarding fracking especially.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think that's fine. I think we need some sort of, people that aren't just fully one-sided on politics, that people that can come into the middle and agree with the other side on policy, financially, economic-wise, and socially as well.
Do you think it's an advantage of Connor Lamb for his political career that he can kind of waver from both sides, not necessarily always leaning towards one side, but he can move between, he can be friends, he can be a moderator between the two?
Yeah, absolutely, because you can draw from a larger pool of voters when your ideology leans in that manner.
Connor Lamb and Sean Parnell are fairly young candidates. Do you see this as playing an advantage to them in their favor for winning the district?
Yeah,
their political careers, obviously.
Yeah, because as you said, they're young, so they have a long career ahead of them, and yes, because as we pointed out in the last sitting was that.
The Apple News map.
You can connect to them more. Obviously, we have every election cycle, we have more young voters that are able to come in, and with young politicians, they're able to connect to them in a deeper way than they are with 70-year-old old people that been in politics for decades, and how do I relate to this guy?
How do you feel about Trump specifically asking Sean Parnell to run for congressman?
I actually was not aware that he actually did that, but I mean, hey, he's done a lot of other things that are questionable, that are way more out there. So I think this is one of the. I'll take it.
This isn't going to break.
It's not going to, no. Yeah.
Connor Lamb is rampant on rejecting the HEROES bill and calling for a more bipartisan deal to get more money into the people of PA because of COVID, and how small businesses still need help and there's a lot of people out of work still. Do you think Connor Lamb and him trying to reject the HEROES bill and calling for more bipartisan deals to get more money into the hands of the people will be better for the country, or not?
I don't know about better for the country, and I haven't looked into the bill on that deep level. But I think likelihood of it passing, yes, because of how much we're divided right now as a country. I think the more compromise you can make and just the more relief you can offer in whatever way, the faster you can get things out there to make sure you're offering relief, even if that does mean compromise, would be beneficial.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And I'd like to toss back to John and Sam back at the desk.
Well, thank you, John and Jay. And now we're going to send it to our Google Meet down in the RMU Colonial Cafe with Colby Sherwin and Ethan Morrison.
Thank you, John and Sam. I just want to preface before I say this, it's still very early in this election and it's too early to call. But as of right now, Pennsylvania is trending towards Joe Biden. He has a lead in Pennsylvania. He also has a lead in Ohio. And probably one of the bigger surprises is he also has a lead in Texas. Once again, still early to call. Ohio has a little over 50% of the vote in, as well as Texas. Pennsylvania is still very early on as the polls just closed at 8 o'clock. Colby, what are your thoughts so far? We're getting some more information on the battleground states.
Yeah, so I think the main surprise for me this election, though it is, again, as we do preference, very early to call any of these states, that Joe Biden has a slight lead in Texas. Most people do expect that to be a red state, and to see Joe Biden lead as of right now is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, a lot of these are early mail-in voting voters that are voting in Texas, but we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. Let's take a look at Ohio, because that's another state where it's majority, most of the time it's going to be a Republican state. Can you give us a little bit of insight on that?
So what it looked like was Joe Biden was winning a lot of the urban areas, as we've seen, and then Donald Trump was getting more of the suburbs and the farmer areas. So Ohio's one that you continue to look at. Another one that's kind of interesting is Florida. Florida's been very close all election, and as of right now, it's too early to call. I believe it is. Trump is winning in Florida. So
yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see going on throughout the night, and with more of these states coming in. Next polls close at 9:30. We're going to send it back to John and Sam at the desk.
Thank you, Ethan Morrison and Colby Sherwin. We will now be tossing to commercial, and after the break, we'll be back with Jonah Hoy and his panel of analysts. Stay tuned here on SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive.
Doesn't see race. Love is love.
What are you doing in there?
What's that?
I wouldn't do that. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
How prepared is your family if a hurricane shows up at your doorstep, or a flood, or a blizzard? You can't just turn away a natural disaster. That's why it's important to go to ready.gov/plan now. It has the tools and tips you need to make an emergency plan with your family. So if disaster comes knocking,
let's go.
You'll be ready to help keep your family safe.
It's just a pizza.
Yes. Make a plan today.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night presented by Falcone Automotive. Before we go back to our analysts, we are going to have another look at the social desk with Alexis Davis. Alexis, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Sam. So on Twitter, the Democratic Party's official Twitter account has been tweeting throughout the night, congratulating different Democratic figures on winning their respective elections. Ed Markey has just won Massachusetts for the U.S. Senate, and Cory Booker has also just won for the U.S. Senate for New Jersey. They also are stressing the fact that if you are in line to vote, then you can stay in line to vote. They also tweeted congratulations to John Carney, who was one governor in Delaware. The official Republican Party's Twitter has also been congratulating their members for their wins in their elections. Mike Rounds has won U.S. Senate in South Dakota, and Cynthia Lemons has won U.S. Senate in Wyoming. They also have been tweeting that if you are waiting in the polls, to stay in line. Going over to Twitter, President Donald Trump has been posting pictures throughout the day of him at rallies and different videos of those rallies. Meanwhile, former Vice President Joe Biden has been posting different graphics stressing the fact that if you're in line, you can vote, and also giving information on where to vote, what numbers to call if you're having voting problems, along with other information. Back to you, Sam and John.
Thank you, Alexis. And now we're going to send it to Jonah Hoy, who's with our trio of analysts talking some more local elections. Jonah, what do you have for us?
Thank you, John and Sam, once again. And boys, so who do you got your money on? Parnell or Lamb?
I have to say Parnell. He's just an amazing candidate, taking him from face value. Not only is he a veteran, but he is an advocate for veterans. He led troops in Afghanistan. He's also a well-respected author.
Yeah, I know he has written like multiple, at least like 5 or 6 books on.
Yes, he is a very well-rounded.
Has he written nonfiction or is it fiction like war?
I'm not aware of that, but I am aware that he is an author.
You know, I'm going to have to go with Connor Lamb here, despite seeing plenty of ads for Sean Parnell throughout this whole process. But, you know, Sean Parnell does have some good stances. You know, he's fighting for the veterans, he's strengthening the military, obviously, and he's fighting for union jobs, but so is Connor Lamb. Connor Lamb is looking for affordable health care as well, and he's working to lessen student debt, which, as a college student, that's very, very important to me.
Yeah, but in my opinion, I think Lamb takes this district, but in the 2016 election, this district did vote Trump. It was that's who won this in terms of the presidency, who they ended up voting for. But I think Lamb, in terms as being the Democrat option here for this district, I think some of his issues that he stands for are important. And again, David mentioned earlier that he really appeals to the younger voters, and I think he did that well. And winning this district a few years back, winning by 13 points against Keith Rothfuss. So I think he has a chance again to win.
Do you think their age, like you've mentioned how David mentioned that age, he can relate to them. Do you find that as well with Parnell and Lamb, that their youth can actually be relatable?
At least how I look at it, I really don't look at a candidate's age. Yes, that could be beneficial, like as Jay was saying with...
But it seems that like and times keep going further, we see a discord against the older generation, like Trump and Biden, who are all well into their late 70s and going into their 80s, and that they are going to be in office, and there's a real possibility that one of them might die in office. Do you think there might be, even in local elections and presidential elections, do you think they'll start moving towards younger candidates that can appeal to the younger voters, not just the older ones, because there's more of the young than there is the old?
I do believe so, yeah, because looking at our 2 presidential candidates right now, both in their mid to late 70s, I think people are going to start wanting younger candidates. As our generation starts to vote a little more, they're going to start to want to see people closer to us.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's sort of a changing of the guard, if you will, going from the older guys that everybody has known to younger guys that are upstarts and guys that are going to come into office. So I think we're going to see an influx of younger representatives in office in these coming elections.
Yeah, and there's such an age difference between, like you said, with the presidential candidates and this district here in District 17, between the 2 candidates here. And I agree that there is going to be a lot more younger candidates that are going to be moving forward that will take place from, you know, someone like Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And I think that's also in the presidential election. And I think also it comes into the factor of Trump came in 2016 about draining the swamp and getting rid of those corrupt politicians. But I think you can look at both the Democrats and Republicans looking in at the White House that, you know, a lot of people are getting sick of the same old corrupt politicians.
Well, thank you so much. I'd like to toss it back to Sam and John back at the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonah, Tyler, Mike, and Nate. And as they were talking about, depending on either if Donald Trump or Joe Biden wins, both of them will, whichever one wins, will become the oldest president-elect in the United States history. So it's kind of interesting to see how, especially here in District 17, we're getting that younger blood in.
Yeah, for sure. Having Donald Trump and Joe Biden both being in their 70s, I believe Trump's, 74, Biden 77.
Yes.
It's definitely nice to have younger candidates running, and I definitely do agree that I think, furthermore, that we will see younger presidents. So,
yeah. And now we're going to actually send it over to Austin Bechtold in our map center, who's taking a closer look at some of the swing states like Florida and Wisconsin. Austin, take it away.
Well, thank you, John. And before we get into that, we have a couple more states we want to call. Wyoming goes to President Trump, and also Louisiana goes to the incumbent. Now let's do a closer dive into one of the key battleground states that both candidates are fighting hard for tonight, and that is the state of Florida. It was a state that President Trump won by not that many points, about 1.2 percentage points in the 2016 election. And a couple key counties that you're going to have to look at. Up at the top of the state of Florida in Duval County, right about this area, that's where the city of Jacksonville is located. That's a key state that's a key area, I should say, that President Trump was able to control and really was able to get a lot of votes in that county. At the bottom, you have Miami, Florida, and you also have West Palm Beach, which typically go towards a Democratic candidate, which would favor Joe Biden. Currently, at the moment, with about 85 to 90% of the votes in, Florida is leaning by a couple percentage points to President Trump. But as we know, with about 10 percentage points left to go, still got a lot of time and a couple areas to look at. At the top of the state, Tallahassee in this area, and also Tampa Bay, Florida, which are probably going to lean Democratic like they did in the 2016 election. Another key battleground state to look at is the state of Wisconsin. President Trump won this state by, again, just a few percentage points, 0.7%. Was the margin of victory for President Trump against Hillary Clinton. And areas like at the top here in Green Bay, which usually favor the president, and also in Kenosha, where the president was at last night doing one of his final rallies of his campaign trail. You also see in the middle part of the state usually goes a little bit of red. You don't find much until you get to about the top of Wisconsin, where you're finding some blue counties that lean Democratic and will be leaning Joe Biden. But as we've seen in some polls coming into tonight, Joe Biden has had a lead in Wisconsin, but early voting has shown right now that President Trump is holding pretty strong along with Joe Biden, and it's going to be a key battleground state, just like Florida is, to be able to see who's going to come up with 270 electoral votes and win this thing, John.
Well, thank you, Austin. And when we come back after the break, Alexis and I were talking, and our panel of judges were talking about how this is one of the oldest, well, the oldest president-elect candidates that we've ever had in America. So after the break, we're going to take a look at what happens if one of them happens to pass away before the election happens. Stay tuned here on SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive.
Can't high five. All right. When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother and I am totally a hot person. Right, guys? Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here. Wait. What? I can't drive. Why? My. Oh.
Stem is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive. And I'm here with Sam Dutch, not Alexis Davis, as I accidentally said before the break. But now we're going to set it to something I did say before break, as John Blinn sat down with Dr. Soren Fanning to discuss what would happen in the event of a presidential candidate passing away. Let's take it to that right now.
No matter who wins the 2020 presidential election, one thing is for certain. Americans will be making history voting for the oldest president that the country has ever seen. And during a time where we're facing a pandemic particularly deadly to the elderly, some Americans began to wonder what would happen if the president's health was put at risk. History professor Soren Fanning explains what the American people could expect in that situation.
If a major party candidate dies before the election, then that party, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans, they would have to hold an emergency meeting in which delegates from all the states, all the state parties, would get together and nominate a replacement. And it is not at all required that they nominate the vice presidential nominee.
With the election only a few weeks away, it seems unlikely that either candidate would not see Election Day. However, there are procedures set for if the presidential-elect would die before being sworn in.
Ironically, if either candidate were to die between December 13th and in the inauguration, then it's simple. At that point, they would be president-elect. So if they were to die, then the vice president-elect would automatically become president-elect.
Fanning expressed a concern about a specific time in between Election Day and when the Electoral College meets, where the death of the president-elect would grant the victorious party a great deal of power.
If the person who won the general election as president were to die before the Electoral College meets, theoretically, that is giving that party then a blank check to put whomever they wish to in as president. Now, that said, it is highly likely that they would simply go with the vice presidential nominee.
Overall, Fanning believes that both candidates should be open about their health to maintain trust with the American people.
The most important job either of those two gentlemen can do is to commit to being transparent and open, at the very least, about your physical health.
While President Donald Trump has seemingly recovered from COVID-19 and Joe Biden is yet to contract the virus, one thing is for certain: the threat of COVID-19 still looms over the United States. Reporting for RMU-TV, I'm John Blinn.
Thank you, John. And obviously, it's a bit of a difficult situation to find out. Obviously Trump did have that COVID scare earlier, but it will be interesting to see how that develops, depending on how COVID develops and the fact that, these are two of the oldest presidential candidates we've ever had. But now we're going to be sending it over to Alexis Davis in our Falcone Automotive social pod. Alexis, what are things looking like out there on the Twitterverse?
Thank you, John. So Twitter has been full of people from both sides sending their support to President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. In particular, President Donald Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., has been stressing to voters to stay in line and vote. And he has also been stressing, especially in Nevada, that voters need to stay in line and need to make sure that they vote. So obviously they are a bit worried about Nevada. And he also has been stressing to not believe the media, and that even if they do think that President Trump does have a lead in the state, to just make sure they stay and vote so they can ensure that lead. He also has retweeted a tweet from Andrew Clark saying lines are long, turnout in Trump country is massive, this will be a close race. So obviously they are recognizing that this will not be an easy win for Trump. And then on the other side, former President Barack Obama has been tweeting his support. He has been, first of all, thanking poll workers for all of their work that they have been doing today and the past few days with voting. And he has stated that people are attempting to make voting hard because they don't want to see change. And he's just stressing that everything right now is at stake, including jobs and healthcare, and that if you are in line voting, make sure you stay in line and you vote. Back to you at the desk, John and Sam.
Well, thank you, Alexis. And coming up after the break, Jonah Hoy is going to be sitting down again with Anthony Moretti.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Maybe you can make retirement happen. After all, you made her college years happen. Opening that education savings account when she was little. Spearheading a campus tour. And another, and another, and another, and another. Bam! Deciphering financial aid. She was like, what? Well, now she's like, you aced planning for college. Now get the tips you need to get on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Jason, let's go see your room.
That's not right. How is it? Is it good?
Things could be stranger, but I don't know how. I'm going through changes now. Could spend a lifetime trying to figure it out. I'm going through changes, through all of the strangeness. I'm going through changes now.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive. We will be going back down to Colby Sherwin and Ethan Morrison in the Colonial Cafe here at Robert Morris to see what they have to say. Boys, what do you have?
Thank you, John and Sam. Well, there's only 10% of the vote in for District 17, Connor Lamb versus Sean Parnell. It could be a pretty big win for Connor Lamb if he could keep this lead that he has right now, especially in the House race. Colby, what are your thoughts on District 17 so far?
Yeah, not many votes have been counted so far, but Connor Lamb is in the lead, as we have been seeing. And if he does get the win, it is big for the Democrats to have. If you're going down the House race, it does look like the Democrats have pulled ahead a little bit in some of these districts. Excuse me, sorry. But it looks like that Republicans do have some of them, so it's going to be an interesting race to see.
Yeah, definitely is a couple of races that we need to keep our eye on as the night goes on. Just a couple updates. Biden's lead in Texas is shrinking, and that's about it for right now. Let's send it back to John and Sam at the desk.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive. And now we're going to send it back over to Austin Bechtold in our map center. Austin, what's America looking like right now?
Thank you, John. America is looking a lot like it did in 2016 in terms of what states are going blue and what states are going red. Currently, right now, as you can see, a lot of the states that went blue and red in 2016, like I mentioned, are staying the same in terms of West Virginia. And a lot of the states down here with Mississippi, Alabama, you see Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, all going for the president. Also seeing right now, Joe Biden has a lead in Texas, in Georgia, and also going on right now in Minnesota. Starting to see also a lead for the former vice president in Colorado. Some other states that we're able to call, as we mentioned earlier, New York is going in favor of the former vice president, along with a lot of the upper portion of the New England area. Still a lot of close races to call in both Pennsylvania and Ohio, with a lot of races, with a lot of votes still coming in, along with Wisconsin and Michigan, key battleground states, as we mentioned before. It's going to be very interesting to see where these states start to play out and as more numbers start to come in, we'll be able to get a clearer picture later on in the hour and later on in the broadcast.
Thank you, Austin. Obviously, yeah, as he mentioned, we will be going back to him. But speaking of going back to people, we're now going to send it to Jonah Hoy, who's with Dr. Anthony Moretti and David Moody, ready to talk about a couple surprises they might see.
Thank you again, John and Sam, and I'm back with some of my two favorite esteemed guests again. Now,
we made it.
Do you think there's going to be any surprises in this election, or have you seen any surprises in this election?
First 90 minutes, no. However, there are a couple of data points I was looking at upstairs before I came back down here. Donald Trump has a very strong lead right now in Georgia. That's somewhat unexpected. He also has a lead in Florida, which is not necessarily unexpected, but nevertheless he has a lead. And the reason that's important is, as we talked about in the previous hour, he's got a very narrow path to get the 270 electoral college votes. He's got to get Florida, he's got to get Georgia. So if you're a Trump supporter right now, you look at those two states and you think, excellent. Problems, though, are on the horizon a little bit. You look at North Carolina, he's got to get North Carolina, he's stumbling a little bit there. But keep in mind, I don't know if any of these states we're going to see called tonight. So you may see a lead for either Trump or Biden, but I think it's much more important for Trump to have those leads because, as we talked about, much more or many more of the folks who were more likely to vote mail-in or absentee, probably younger and therefore probably voting Democrat.
When do you feel the election will be able to be called?
Oh, man, sometime before, when's your next birthday? In a perfect world, tonight, but that's not going to happen, all right? But ideally, if we can get this decided before the weekend is out, but that might be optimistic depending upon how close some of these states are. Remember, states that are close, in some cases, automatic recounts follow.
For both of you, do you think Trump's policy regarding coronavirus will have to change if he's reelected to keep his support going, or do you think he's going to keep an even keel like he has been, how he's handled the virus?
That's an interesting question. I think he should go for more. Like, we got to take this seriously.
Have to give in to the people who didn't vote for him to gain more support.
I don't think he will. I think he'll continue to fall back on that base that's like really just whatever the president says, that's what I'm following. So I don't think he'll have to. He should. I don't think he'll have to.
He's right. Tonight, or this weekend or whenever, if Trump wins, you can almost see the response. I told you I was right. And, that's not going to lead much to any sort of feeling of being a compromise president in a second term.
Let's take another turn somewhere else. Police reform and Black Lives Matter, if you will. Do you think whoever wins the presidency will really crack down on police reform?
I think you're likely to see significant and meaningful conversation if Biden's elected. I don't think you're likely to see any sort of meaningful conversation if Trump is reelected for very much the same reason. I think if Trump wins, his response is going to be, we were right. Why change? Which, again, is not necessarily healthy for national conversation, but is where he would be.
Yeah, no, I believe that. I think that, it's going to be a case of Trump being like, hey, we're in our camp. We're going to keep going in our camp. Unless someone, for whatever reason, forces us to change, why would we change? It's been working so far.
So you think if Trump wins, he won't give in to any of the demands to win? If he wins this election, do you think he won't give in to any of the demands that the Black Lives Matter are seeking for equality and justice?
I don't think he will. The only possibility is if the Senate flips and goes to the Democrats, there may have to be in order to get something done in Washington. And there's no guarantee this president would want to get anything done in Washington. But if it would be, it would have to be because the Democrats would control the Senate.
Yeah, I agree.
So some law enforcement see themselves as paramilitary organizations because of a code of honor, military-style command structure, and military-like uniforms. Even though officers' jobs are the exact opposite, they're to stop killings and prevent loss of property. Do you think that, since their job is the complete opposite, do you think changing the language we use towards it will have to open up a discussion about the police reform? I think how the public sees the police and how the police define themselves as police.
Yeah, no, I understand. I think that the language will be should be a, like, how do I say this? Shouldn't be the focus. I think it should be, we should focus on, hey, there are a lot of police killings. That's not even like a political statement. That's just a fact. There are more than most other countries. Once we bring that back, then I think the language will start to go with it.
My concern I go back to what I said earlier. My concern is, do we see anything resembling a second term in which this president would be willing to tackle significant issues? There is the legacy question, which all second-term presidents have to deal with. But I'm not sure this president would be interested in seeing his legacy being anything attached to reform, as much as it would be, let's see how we can continue the dynasty moving forward.
Thank you so much. Let's toss back to John and Sam, back at the desk.
Thank you, Jonah and Dr. Moretti. And David, we will now be tossing 2 commercials. Stay with us here on SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive, for more election night coverage.
My heart doesn't see race. Love is love.
What are you doing in there?
What's that?
I wouldn't do that. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
How prepared is your family if a hurricane shows up at your doorstep, or a flood, or a blizzard? You can't just turn away a natural disaster. That's why it's important to go to ready.gov/plan now. It has the tools and tips you need to make an emergency plan with your family. So if disaster comes knocking,
let's go.
You'll be ready to help keep your family safe.
It's just a pizza.
Yes. Make a plan today.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive. And now we're going to send it over to Austin Bechtold in our map center to see what the significance of the Lone Star State is. Austin, what's it looking like down in Texas right now?
Thank you, John. And it really is a close race so far right now in the state of Texas, which really has not been a battleground state by any means in the last couple of elections. It's really been pretty Republican heavy and Republican dominant. But right now that we see gridlocked, 49% to 49% for President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. And just a couple of spots that you can see that the middle of the state of Texas is just a key place where usually you got a lot of Republican voters, but around the border, near the Mexican border of the state of Texas, where the Mexican border and the state of Texas start to align, you see a lot of Democratic votes in a lot of blue counties near that end of the state of Texas. Also, along with the cities of Dallas and Houston, you start to see a lot of blue counties, and that's where the Democrats have been able to gain a lot of their votes in past elections and especially in this election. Usually in the top of the state of Texas, we've seen a lot of Republican voters, and usually the rural counties and rural areas of Texas have been carried by President Trump. But we've seen now that it is just a tight race. It's gridlocked right now, dead even with still a lot of votes left to come in. But right now, John and Sam, it's a close race, and Texas might be, for the first time in a while, anybody's game in anybody's state to win.
Thank you, Austin. It certainly is going to be a showdown in the Lone Star State. And now, speaking of the Lone Star State, Jonah Hoy is sitting down with our trio of experts, ready to break down the state of Texas even more. Jonah?
Thank you so much, John. I'm back with my good friends. Let's talk about Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas.
Absolutely.
Why is Texas such a big point in this election right now? Obviously, it's head-to-head, 49-49 between. How crucial would it be if Biden flipped the state that usually goes Republican?
This would be huge for Biden, as appropriate for Texas. This is a state that has not voted Republican, or excuse me, voted Democrat in a really long time. Biden winning this could mean a lot for his election.
Yeah, it's very, very important. Like Mike just said, whoever wins this state can gain a lot of momentum, especially going forward as the western states start to get in. But like you said, everything's bigger in Texas, and this is a big state to win.
Yeah, and it would be very interesting to see a change in the guard and see Biden win this. Specifically right now, it is 49.7% of the votes going to Trump and 49% of those going to Biden. So it's a very slim margin of error right there. And there's 38 electoral votes up for grab in the state, so it's very important.
That's a lot for each candidate if they win it. And if Biden's able to flip that, do you think that if they are able to flip Texas, if Biden's able to flip Texas, do you think you will see that state continuing to go blue in the future, or stay, or this will be just a special election?
It's tough to say. Every election obviously is different. Again, Biden possibly being able to flip this state is so different from anything else that has happened in Texas. I do think that it could possibly flip to a blue state.
I think it's tough to tell. Maybe it is a special election as a state that's so historically red. For Texas, though, I think it just depends on the person. It depends on who's going up against it. Depends on who is the red seat and who's the blue seat. It's sort of just 1A, 1B sort of situation. Whoever they want, they're going to take.
I think truly it's a one-time thing. I think this year, if Biden was to win it, it'd be just this year in 2020. And I think the one thing that's leading that change this year is the coronavirus discussion. They're second in the number of states of who has the most cases, and I think that's definitely a big issue in Texas. And you know the way Trump has handled things, and I think that's leading to why Biden is right there in competition with Trump.
Do you think the handling of how Trump handled coronavirus and how Texas governors and leaders are handling it, is Texas they have more Republican like governors and mayors?
Their governor, Greg Abbott, is
and
Republican.
They all favor Trump. Do you think the people are losing faith in their leadership?
Well, it sort of comes down to the fact that, Donald Trump has sort of just basically brushed it to the side ever since day one. It's 8 months in, and we're still right where we started, actually, if not getting worse. A couple weeks ago, they had the highest number of daily cases in the United States since the beginning. So I think if they are able to flip it to blue, it's a very good sign, especially because Joe Biden definitely has more of a concrete plan for the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think in order for him to win that state, it basically just comes down to that, who has the better policy. And right now, unfortunately, it's Biden.
Mike, how do you feel about Texas leadership handling the coronavirus? Do you think this is a play into why they might be turning blue?
Absolutely. I feel like not only people looked to Trump for leadership throughout the coronavirus pandemic since February and March, but people have also looked to governors. We've seen this in our own state of Pennsylvania. We've seen this in Florida. We've seen this in Michigan, and we've definitely seen it in Texas. It's very important that these governors show leadership in a time of crisis, and that definitely has something to do with what is going on in Texas right now.
Thank you guys so much again.
Let's
go back to Sam and John.
Thank you, Jonah and analysts. About all things Texas, it will be definitely a big thing if they're able to flip it to blue, but we'll see what happens. And we'll see what happens after the break, so stay tuned with us here at SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive.
heart doesn't see race. Love is love.
What are you doing in there?
I wouldn't do that. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
How prepared is your family if a hurricane shows up at your doorstep, or a flood, or a blizzard? You can't just turn away a natural disaster. That's why it's important to go to ready.gov/plan now. It has the tools and tips you need to make an emergency plan with your family. So if disaster comes knocking,
let's go.
You'll be ready to help keep your family safe.
It's just a pizza.
Yes. Make a plan today.
Hello and welcome back to SCJ Election Night presented by Falcone Automotive. And now we are going to send it over to Alexis Davis, who's at our Falcone Automotive social desk. Alexa, how are things looking there out in social media?
Thank you, John. Well, it's been definitely interesting. Ohio has been going back and forth all day, but it is looking like President Donald Trump is going to get the win there. So Twitter has been full of people's reactions. Some people are not surprised that President Trump did win Ohio, but then other people are surprised that Ohio was kind of leaning towards blue. So it's been very interesting on Twitter. There's a lot of mixed emotions. A lot of people are upset. A lot of people are not surprised. So that's what's going on. Ohio is trending, and then Florida is actually trending #1. They have been going back and forth. It is a close race. Many people have also expressed their surprise that Florida has been going back and forth due to the fact that it usually does tend to be more of a Republican state, but it is sort of looking blue today. So it will definitely be interesting to see how things play out the rest of the night. Back to you, Sam and John.
Thank you, Alexis, for all things Ohio and Florida. We will now be going back to Colby Sherwin and Ethan Morrison at the PNC Colonial Cafe to see what they have for us. What do you have for us?
Thank you, John and Sam. Well, we got a little mix-up here on the in the election. Now Trump has a lead in Texas. Pretty expected there in Texas, and then also Ohio is also now flipped to Trump lead. So Colby, we expected this throughout. We thought it was a small lead to begin with for Biden. What are your thoughts on these two states flipping sides?
I mean, Texas really isn't a very big surprise to me. Texas has always been a very Republican state. To see Biden get out to that big lead that lead early was kind of interesting, but in the end, we knew it was going to go to Trump. And then Ohio is a swing state, so for that to start, that we knew would be a close race, and most states are pretty much a close race. I know Colorado did just go to Joe Biden, so what we're basically seeing so far is just a very close race throughout, which is what we thought would happen.
Yeah, it should be interesting as we move on throughout the night. Arizona polls close at 10 o'clock, so that's another key state for both candidates to try to get. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Colby and Ethan. Now we're going to send it over to Jonah Hoy, who's with our trio of analysts. Jonah, what do you have for us?
Thank you again, and welcome. We're back. And Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden just won Colorado, and Trump just flipped, or is about to flip, Ohio. Did you see that as a surprise at all?
I don't. Earlier this week and earlier in the show, I had predicted that Biden would, that Trump would win Ohio. I do see excuse me, I had predicted that Trump would win Colorado, so that does come as a surprise. But Ohio mainly votes Republican, so that's not coming as a surprise.
Why do you think the Rocky Mountain High state voted for Biden this time instead of Trump?
I feel like a lot of these states that you're seeing turn to the Democratic side is in response to the pandemic. I said back in March, this whole pandemic would define President Trump's legacy. And we're starting to see that tonight as these states flip, that this could be the reason for the switch, is the pandemic.
With Mike?
Yes, I totally do agree with that, because once again, it's something we've never had to experience before. Most of the voters that are coming in now haven't really had to experience pandemics such as this, and sort of just the way that, like I said earlier, Trump has sort of just brushed it off to the side, hasn't really given a concrete plan for it. I think that's the reason why you're seeing these states like Colorado, like a couple other ones that were blue earlier, flip over to blue for the time being.
And looking at some other states that I wanted to maybe touch on, earlier in the show, North Carolina and Georgia were sort of leaning blue, but now they've sort of gone to Trump more or less. And I think that comes a little bit as a surprise, because I picked North Carolina and Georgia both to go blue in my predictions. And so far what we're seeing through about some of these states are about 50% to 70% done reporting their total counts so far. And sort of Trump has come from behind a little bit in a lot of these states, and I don't know if that has to do with some of the mail-in ballots that were counted early, or absentee ballots that have been able to be counted early, and then polls finishing up.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for your input once again. And let's go back to John and Sam, back on the desk.
Thank you, Jonah and analysts. Now we're going to send it back over to Austin Bechtold, who's going to be taking even a closer look at some of the key swing states. Austin, how are they looking right now?
Yeah, thank you, John. And we're about a little over 5 minutes from the polls closing at 10 o'clock. A couple states there. Iowa, which is a battleground state. Montana, Nevada, viewed by Republicans that they could potentially win, which has usually been a Democratic staple in elections past. And also Utah up for grabs. Polls closing there also at 10 o'clock. But one state that a lot of Democrats thought was going to be a very possible and likely option for Joe Biden to be able to win, the state of Georgia. And Georgia, at the moment, right now, is really leaning towards President Trump, up about 14% with about 50% of the vote in. Now, President Trump did do a very nice job with results in Georgia in the previous election. He's currently up 49 to 43% on the former vice president. President Trump won by 5 percentage points in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. And you really can see that right now, with, like I said, 50% of the votes in, he's still holding a lead on Joe Biden and looks to be able to run the table and be able to maintain Georgia as he did in his first go-around running for president. Now, another state that we're looking at very closely, as we'll go over once again, is Ohio. Ohio has been a state that very early on, Joe Biden seemed to be kind of in control of, with a lot of the early percentages coming in. Now with about 74% in, President Trump is starting to take over and gain in percentage points. He's up by about 300,000 votes right now. 50% to Joe Biden's 49%. And it's not that much of a surprise, as a lot of Republicans and analysts and early poll numbers were showing that it was very likely that President Trump would be able to win in the state of Ohio like he did in 2016. And even though the margin is close right now, it was very early and often Joe Biden, and now President Trump is starting to swing the pendulum into his favor for a lot of momentum for the Trump campaign in the state of Ohio. John.
Thank you, Austin. And you mentioned we are closing in on that 10 o'clock mark where some of the more interesting polls will be closing. So stay tuned for the updates on that coming up after the break here on SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive.
Can't high five. All right. When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother and... I am totally a hot person. Right, guys? Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time. which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here. Wait. What?
I can't drive.
What?
My.
Oh.
Stem is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, presented by Falcone Automotive. And now, Sam, one of the things that's been really common, I know we've hit Alexis quite a bit in this program already, but I just want to talk to you real quick. Why do you think social media has been playing such a big role, not only in this election, but also as we saw in 2016?
Yeah, I certainly think social media has been playing a huge role because, like it's instantaneous. So many things get spread. So the media can set out so many different images, so many different events that happen, whether they be entirely true or not, which just invoke like strong feelings, especially during, I feel like, the pandemic. Whereas I feel like emotions were already running high. I feel like when people see something, it causes them to feel really strongly about a certain topic or about a certain candidate. So I certainly think that they have been playing a lot with emotions of the voters. And what do you think?
Well, I just think that it's also, because as we've seen, there's been an influx of Twitter bots, if that's the correct term for them, whether it be for the Democrat or Republican side, spreading, I don't want to call it fake news, but potentially misleading facts or information. But actually, going off that social media, our very own Jonah Hoy sat down with Mike Doyle, a congressman from the 18th District of Pennsylvania, to talk about social media and its influence on elections.
Because it's so easy to disregard, block, mute on social media accounts and opinions that we don't agree with, is it creating very narrow-minded viewpoints where individuals refuse to accept the other side that directly opposes what they believe is creating more polarization?
I think that's pretty obvious, right? When you talk about the two planets we exist on these days, I mean, that's the reason, right? It's this tunnel vision kind of, I don't want to hear the other side of this. This is what I believe. Yeah. And I believe it, and you're not ever going to talk me out of it. And if you're trying to give me a different thing, I'm just going to go blah, 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 and I'm not going to listen to it. As I said earlier, I said people tend to watch or go to sites that validate what they already think, not that challenge what they think. When you have a certain opinion and someone challenges it with a different point of view, one of two things happen, right? It either reaffirms that you think you're right or it makes you think about your position that maybe, you're open to thinking about it a little bit differently than you did before this person talked. To me, that's healthy debate. It's not that you have to always agree with an opposing view. Sometimes the opposing view doesn't hold water for you, and you feel that much stronger about the view you have. Other times, I hadn't thought about it that way.
Yeah. Do you think due to this current administration's influx of social media has made once active participants in politics retract and be less active, or the reverse?
Well, it's done a little bit of both. I think some people find the interaction so distasteful that they just it's makes people that may think about getting involved or running for office thinks differently about it, just because the impact it has not just on them personally but their families too. We see right now that scientists are having death threats over just giving medical advice. Dr. Fauci and his family are under protection simply because he's telling people what they need to do to protect themselves from a pandemic. So I think, a lot of people say, do I really need that? Do I really want to subject my family to that? On the other hand, there's other people that feel strongly about public service and they are able to, I tell people all the time, some people read their sites every day, right? They read their Facebook and their Twitter sites and they feel like they need to respond to trolls and that I think, that just makes your life.
Yeah, it's so exhausting.
Yeah, exactly. And I have an official Facebook and Twitter and Instagram site. Every elected official does, these days, right? And then you have one of the campaign. I have to tell you, I don't respond to trolls.
And you probably get so many. Do you get a lot of trolls, people DMing you?
I couldn't tell you, Jonah, because I don't read that site.
In general, what are your thoughts on politics and social media?
Well, the two are married, whether they like it or not.
Yeah.
And that's not likely to change anytime soon. I think one of the concerns that we have as policymakers is that when you're trying to build consensus or you're trying to tackle a tough issue, maybe climate change or other issues like that, it's sometimes difficult when you have people that are living in these, what I call filter bubbles, where they're being exposed to one type of thought. That thought might be, well, climate change is a hoax. Mm-hmm. They're just trying to raise your electric bills.
Do you think the use of social media in this administration has cheapened the presidency by substituting hashtag activism for serious policy making?
Well, I don't think you can lay the blame at social media. I think you have to lay the blame at the person using the social media. And the Twitter-in-chief has not used it for thoughtful dialogue or thoughtful discussion on policy. He's used it mostly to attack those people he doesn't like, and to he's just used it in such a way that's certainly not uniting for the country, and it's not giving us the information we need to make good decisions about our health and other things. It seems to be very self-serving to just one person.
Since the internet is kind of still young and we're still trying to understand everything it has to offer, do you think there will have to be new guidelines addressed with social media, like in previous court cases, such as Cohen versus California and Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire, where it shows the limitations of the First Amendment?
Yeah, we're moving into an era of a Supreme Court that's going to be tilted to the right now. If Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed, and it looks as though she will be. Mm-hmm. You're going to have a 6-3 court with 5 staunch conservatives and Justice Roberts sort of being in the middle. And so I think you're going to see cases that probably couldn't get decided one way or the other. This court may decide to make some rulings on that. And they'll be tested. There'll be things that people want to put in front of them that they think that the composition of that court is such that it has a chance to get a hearing and maybe even a ruling. So I guess we'll see whether it results in new rulings that don't currently take place now. And, we're always playing catch up, especially with technology. Government, unfortunately, doesn't move facts. We have to get consensus, right? We have to get 218 people in the House to say yes, and then 60 people in the Senate, and then a president to put his or her signature on it. And that means you have to build consensus. And it's a slow process. Well, technology moves a lot quicker than that. And oftentimes, when I chair a technology committee in Congress, so we're always trying to play catch up with the regulations to make sure that net neutrality is a perfect example, right? We want a free and open internet. And we said, we don't want ISPs to block content or throttle content, or have what we call paid prioritization, where if you pay me more money, we'll let you through our tubes faster than the ones that aren't paying money. The whole concept behind net neutrality, right? Well, those rules didn't exist before the internet because, we never thought about those things.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, sponsored by The Hangar. As you can see, Sam Dutch and John Hanna's shift has ended here, so myself, Nick Hedrick, and John Glynn ready to take over hours number 3 and 4. And John, it's always been hyped up as a big election, but as we see results coming in, I think it's definitely lived up to the hype.
And I think that hype is being discussed pretty heavily on social media, as we've seen in the past 2 hours tonight. But to give us an update on that, let's send it over to Alexis Davis. Alexis, is that hype living up to what we've seen so far?
Yes, John, the hype is definitely living up. Social media has been buzzing. What has been trending has been changing by the minute. Right now, Florida is still trending at number 1 with 1.31 million tweets. People are reacting to Trump leading in Florida and Texas, and supporters are confident that if Trump can pull through and win Florida, Georgia, and North Dakota, then he could win unless Biden did win in Ohio. Now at number 2 trending, it was Texas, but it has moved to election night. And at number 3 and 4, we have Kentucky and Virginia. So things are definitely changing by the minute. You never know what's going to happen. So everyone on social media is definitely invested in this and definitely see how important this is. Back to John and Nick at the desk.
Thank you, Alexis.
And we'll be right back after the break.
You discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother and... I am totally a hot person. Right, guys? Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous.
He's here. He's here. Wait.
What?
I can't drive.
Why?
My.
Oh.
STEM is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
To SCJ Election Night, sponsored by The Hangar. And Nick, we just heard that as of right now, Philadelphia will no longer be counting mail-in ballots as of today. So that's certainly going to change the way that we see things on the map.
Absolutely, and we've talked about Pennsylvania probably getting their results in completely a little later in the week, potentially even next week. But someone else who has some relevant and new information for us is Austin Bechtold over at our map. Austin, take it away.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, that really is I wouldn't say that kind of surprising of a new development, but it definitely is something worth noting, as Pennsylvania might drag on, not just for the longevity of the night, but also coming up in probably even the next couple of days. So currently right now, Joe Biden is leading Donald Trump 129 to 109 in the states that we have called in terms of Electoral College votes. As you can see the map behind me here, just a lot of what you would expect from the Midwest part of the country. Not very surprising in terms of President Trump winning a lot of those states like North Carolina, or North Dakota, South Dakota, I should say. Also Nebraska, see Tennessee in there, and a couple states that are going back and forth. Texas. You can see that Florida currently right now we have in blue for Joe Biden. That is another state that's been going back and forth. President Trump at last check was very close to Joe Biden in that instance. A couple other states that we've been able to call in terms of Tennessee, as I mentioned, and Kentucky, as well as Alabama and Mississippi. A couple of close states that we're watching on. North Carolina is going back and forth between President Trump and Joe Biden. Not really sure how that's going to turn out. Still got a lot of votes. They're going to be coming into there. And currently, Ohio and Pennsylvania are favoring President Trump. But as we've seen with Pennsylvania, a lot of votes are still yet to be counted, and a lot of votes in Philadelphia will not be counted tonight, Nick.
And thank you very much, Austin. And, you know, John, I just want to reiterate that news from Philadelphia. Kind of a new normal, a phrase rather, that we've heard all year long. This is a new normal for elections, too, waiting for, results to come in for up to a week. Almost feels like the founding father era of elections. But, John, tell us a little more about COVID and what we can expect, how it will impact this election.
I mean, it's certainly, as you can see with mail-in voting, it's affecting the election in a way that we've never seen it before. And, I mean, COVID-19 is certainly doing the same thing. We've seen campaigning be a little bit different. I mean, Joe Biden has been going on train rides and really advocating for social distancing. But here to tell us a little bit more about how COVID-19 is affecting the election, we're going to toss it over to our panelists with Jonah Hoy.
Thank you again, Nick and John. I'm here with the boys once again. And so let's talk about a little bit about mail-in voting. Mail-in voting obviously favors more of Democrats, especially in the COVID era, because it just is, and they want to social distance and stuff. Trump again and again has hit the nail on the head that mail-in voting could be fraudulent, it could be tampered with. Do you see this as a problem for if the election results come in from mail-in voting, that it does favor Joe Biden and Joe Biden does win, that he will refute the results?
I don't believe so. I know that the vice president has voted through mail-in voting before his rally that Ethan Morrison and I were at last Friday. The vice president had said that he supported mail-in voting and that it was important. I don't believe that it will be a problem. I believe the president will be professional, and if Joe Biden does end up winning through mail-in votes, I believe it'll be a peaceful transition of power.
Yeah, I think, like Nick said earlier, the new normal, that's sort of what's going along. Mail-in balloting, I mean, I did it myself. Being from Delaware, I had to do an absentee and send it back there. So I just think that it's very good, and yes, like he said, it could be fraudulent, it could be misconstrued a bit. There could be fake names or something they put on there, but I just think that we're going to see a lot more of that going forward, especially in this age.
Yeah, and I definitely think it does help the Democrats and Joe Biden, and a lot more people who are worrisome about the COVID-19 are definitely electing to go with the mail-in ballots and absentees. But I do think, like Mike said, I think there will be that peaceful transition of power with President Donald Trump, because I think originally he thought the idea of it being fraudulent, was big for him, and didn't want to give it up for the reasoning that it might be fraudulent. But now you see a lot of people around him are actually doing and choosing that option of mail-in ballots, and I think he will see that it really is how it had to be due to COVID-19.
For all of it, do you think Trump condemned mail-in balloting in the beginning because of it favored Democrats more than Republicans?
Absolutely. Looking at this back in the primaries, when there was a lot of talk about mail-in voting and then how possibly this election was going to work in November, it caused a lot of uproar, really, with Republicans believing that this could be a way that the results could be tampered with, or that people getting multiple ballots or multiple ballot applications. We saw that.
Yeah, I think honestly though, I think the mail-in thing is a quick and easy process. I can speak from experience that it wasn't that hard. You just filled it out, you put it in the envelope and send it right back. But it's sort of just, like I said, there could be fraudulent results, and that is the biggest problem with this, and that is the biggest problem with counting all these votes. It's going to be tough to count the ones that come in as the days go by, because there's certainly up to, like, I don't know, a week from now, maybe, that ballots could still be coming in and they could still be counted.
Well, thank you guys so much. Let's go back to the boys at the desk.
So because of mail-in voting, it's a possibility that we could be waiting with our breath held to hear who the next president of the United States is. And I mean, to talk a little bit more about mail-in voting, I believe we had a reporter go out and investigate what's going on in the election with that.
And we sure did, John. Our very own Garrett Roberts went out and talked to folks about their thoughts on mail-in voting. Take a look.
During one of the most divisive elections in recent history, many are wondering what one of the key issues is in this election. However, none could expect that it would be something as neutral as the Postal Service. While the debate stage is usually home to arguments over healthcare and the environment, this year's election has unwillingly brought the United States Postal Service into the fold. The idea of mail-in voting, which would allow voters to circumvent the risk of COVID-19 during this election process, has been the hot topic during this election. Democrats have shown massive support for this change. In addition to the expanded reach of the electoral process, mail-in votes allow the party to see how support for their candidate is resonating in certain areas before the election night.
We've had a great turnout so far by mail. So the great thing about the legislation that was passed last year, and I'm going to introduce one of our state senators who helped that happen, was it allows us to get out early and bank those votes.
Conversely, Republicans and presidential candidate Donald Trump have criticized the process for the slow nature of snail mail. While this process may allow more people to vote, the party believes this also opens a wider range of fraud into the contentious election.
They're trying to make our numbers as bad as possible. So California slows, Pennsylvania slows, North Carolina slows, Michigan is slows. That's another beauty right there. Michigan slows. And then they have these fake ballots, millions and millions of ballots. By the way, when you see shenanigans, please report it to your authorities, okay? The real authorities. They're watching, and the authorities are watching.
One concern raised by political reporters has been the after effects of mail-in voting on the announcement of this election's winner. As a result of the slower nature of checking these ballots, combined with the budgetary restrictions put on the USPS over the past year, the potential has been open for both parties to claim that the votes were invalid. Despite the debate over the method, many have been receptive of mail-in voting in our area. Reports from the Associated Press indicate that over 3 million ballots were requested in the state of Pennsylvania, showing some level of success for the new program. Voters have had issues with their ballots being processed, but for many, the Postal Service is fulfilling their motto of swift completion of their goal, despite the odds. As of October 24th, Allegheny County had received over 10,000 ballots by mail. As we edge ever closer to the election, this number will continue to grow. For RMU Century Media, I'm Garrett Roberts.
And thank you very much to Garrett Roberts and this man right here, John Blinn, for their work on that wonderful package. And John, while we have some time here, I just want to get your thoughts. I know me and you talk about politics a little bit, and you know personally how I've been affected by the troubles that come with this mail-in voting. But what are your thoughts on everything, and how did you vote? What was your experience and people you've talked to leading up to this election, and you personally? I
mean, personally for me, I wanted to go and vote in person, and a lot of that just had to do with the experience. I mean, you and I are younger voters, and that was one thing that I wanted to go and just try out for myself. But as someone who's younger and not facing some health risks that a lot of people who could die if they contracted COVID-19 with health risks and just being older, I didn't really feel the drive to mail in my vote. So I think that plays a lot of the factors into why we should be mailing in our votes, especially right now. With that being said, a lot of people are buying into that because, even as Garrett mentioned at the end of that package, there is record-breaking numbers as to how many mail-in ballots we've seen this year and early voting in general.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple states, I can't remember off the top of my head, but that have voted more mail-in from those first couple of weeks than they did altogether last year. You know, my personal story, though, is I'm from Erie County, so I had to get an absentee ballot, and I received nothing. And you have to wonder, is this happening to more people? Maybe some people don't want me voting. I don't know. But I mean, people that are smarter than me, that might hurt. But I mean, it's a hindrance when we have this right to vote and we're exercising that right. And, you know, young people like us are excited to vote in this election. They've been talking about how young people can change the course of this election, excuse me, and not being able to vote feels like I'm not doing my part. And I mean, have you had anyone that you've encountered that's had these problems?
I have not personally, besides you, but I mean, it's certainly a topic that's mentioned a lot just in the media today, and there's a big fear of fraud, and there's all those factors considered in this, and it's especially huge this year. I mean, if you look at the several members of the post office this year alone, and even in our local area, they just weren't sending out ballots. They were keeping them at their homes and things like that. So it's definitely a concern, but I mean, it seems to be working smooth for most people and not so smooth for others.
Absolutely, John. And we have a lot more election night coverage coming up for you right after the break. Be sure to stay with us on SCJ Election Night, brought to you by The Hangar.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Maybe you can make retirement happen. After all, you made her college years happen. Opening that education savings account when she was little. Spearheading a campus tour. And another, and another, and another, and another. Bam! Deciphering financial aid. She was like, what? But now she's like, you aced planning for college. Now get the tips you need to get on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Jason, let's go see your room.
That's not right. How is it? Is it good?
Things could be stranger, but I don't know how. I'm going through changes now. Could spend a lifetime trying to figure it out. I'm going through changes, through all of the strangeness. I'm going through changes now.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night, brought to you by The Hangar.
And we have an update with our social media extraordinaire, Alexis Davis, over in the social studio. Alexis, what's going on Twitter?
Thank you, Nick. Well, Twitter has definitely been interesting tonight. Both presidential candidates have not been very active tonight. President Trump hasn't tweeted in about 4 hours, and people have expressed that this was very shocking to them, that they thought he would definitely be more vocal throughout the night. Former Vice President Joe Biden has not tweeted in a few hours, but he has been retweeting announcements from the Team Joe Twitter page. They've been announcing to counties in Nevada that their polling places have extended their hours and to make sure that they definitely go out and vote. Both presidential candidates have only retweeted tweets in the past few hours, so obviously both sides have been very quiet. Many people have been expressing their shock about this because throughout the entire election season, both sides have been very vocal on Twitter and on social media. So it will definitely be interesting to see if we hear more from these candidates tonight or if it will just be kind of a quiet night from both of them. Back to you guys at the desk.
And thank you very much, Alexis. John, I think it's time we hear from Ethan and Colby again.
Let's hear from Ethan and Colby. Fellas, what do you have for us live in the PNC Colonial CAF?
Thank you, John and Nick. Well,
one of the big issues that has been widely discussed throughout this election and has affected parts of the election is COVID-19. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic has been going on for a little bit over 9 months as of now. Just really affected the election. It's been a big issue discussed by both candidates. The handlings of both sides are completely different. As you know, President Donald Trump a month ago tested positive for the virus. And just what are your overall thoughts about how COVID-19 has affected the election, Colby?
Well, it's been very interesting because this is both of our first election to vote, and I voted, I did mail-in ballots and you did in person. So to see just the difference, we're obviously wearing masks. We're in the cafe right now. There's really nobody here. You've just seen the effects on the election, the rallies. President Trump did have rallies, but you saw Joe Biden really didn't do very many rallies. It's kind of just been affected the overall outcome of the overall way this election has happened.
I mean, yeah, just for me, voting in person today, it was a great first experience. I mean, people wearing masks. I didn't think social distancing was followed as much as I thought it would be, but everyone was being safe. I mean, you can just see like with the numbers of mail-in ballots and how different like voting has been in this election. So let's send back to John and Nick at the desk.
Thank you, Ethan and Colby. And Nick, as we mentioned earlier, COVID-19 really changed the way that a lot of candidates were campaigning on both a federal level and a state level. But for President Donald Trump, things were a little more relaxed, and especially after he recovered from COVID-19 after his diagnosis.
Yeah, John, he went right back into those very large campaign events, right back to making fun of Joe Biden for, wearing the mask and everything like that. But you actually covered a Trump rally. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience?
Yeah, I can say that there was, at one point I was out towards the front as they were letting people in, and they were taking temperatures and they were handing out masks, but inside the rally itself, not everyone was wearing a mask. In fact, I would say, roughly estimating just by what I was seeing, it was probably 50-50. And some local politicians democratically have start to criticize the president for those types of rallies in his campaigning. We'll toss it to Garrett Roberts to tell us more.
While bleachers would usually be full of sports fans waiting to see their favorite sports on the field, 2020 has completely changed how we see things due to COVID-19. Political candidates have used this in the election, criticizing how each party has handled the virus. Democrats in particular are criticizing the president for his rallies, which they see as hotbeds for the virus. Citing the rallies as super spreader events, Democratic cities and states have expressed concerns over their rallies causing a spike in positive cases in their jurisdictions. Closer to home, Allegheny County Executive Rich Fitzgerald expressed his displeasure with the president's visit to Pittsburgh in September.
There's going to be a rally this Tuesday night in which there's going to be a lot of people not doing it right. I call it a super spreader event that this president is bringing here and is going to get people sick. But we believe in science, we believe in health, and when Joe Biden's in the White House, we're going to move this country in a different direction.
Fitzgerald also shared criticism of the president's mocking of masks, which causes his supporters to deny their use when at gatherings.
We had a president that decided to tell people not to wear masks, to actually make fun of people who do wear masks. So it has become almost a badge of courage for his supporters to not do this.
Pennsylvania Congressman Connor Lamb shared a similar stance on monitoring mask usage and large group sizes, but also expressed seeing a shift from the politicians behind the messages to instead focus on listening to trained experts in the medical field.
In general, we still have to follow the advice of the people who are not politicians. They're not political, and they're saying, don't do large events, particularly indoors, because it's too dangerous.
The Trump administration has pushed back against similar claims from other Democratic leaders, citing the rallies as a First Amendment right to gather that should not be impeded upon. The rallies have also been held outside in many locations, with the president commonly speaking to his audience at air hangars. Additionally, recent statements from the White House have expressed their efforts to battle the spread of the virus at these rallies. In a statement to The Hill, the Trump campaign detailed their efforts to provide hand sanitizer, temperature checks at the gate, and masks that attendees will be instructed to wear throughout the gathering. In his last rally in Pittsburgh, President Trump defended the right to gather and referred to the gathering as a peaceful protest.
But you know what? We call it a peaceful protest now because the only thing you're allowed to do in Pennsylvania, you can't go to church, right? You can't meet, you can't congregate, you can't look at each other. You can't give your wife a kiss goodnight, you gotta wear a mask. You can't do anything!
According to a new study from Stanford University, over 30,000 cases have been linked to these rallies. For RMU Century Media, I'm Garrett Roberts.
Thank you again, Garrett. And Nick, just a real quick fact here about the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center where President Trump was treated when he was diagnosed with COVID-19. It is actually the world's largest joint military medical center. Didn't know that.
Fun facts with John Blinn. And to tell us more about COVID and the package that we just watched, we're going to send it back over to Jonah Hoy and his group of analysts. Jonah?
Thank you again, Nick and John. I'm back with the boys, the analyst boys. Let's talk about COVID and the political side of it. Do you think Trump, in the way he doesn't require masks to be worn at his large rallies, does that hurt him politically?
In the sense of his followers, I don't believe so. In the sense of gaining followers from the Democratic side, absolutely. President Trump wants his followers to have a sense of freedom. And as we just saw in the package, he's saying you can't do this, you can't do that. President Trump is a president. He does not want his people to feel confined or feel like they have to follow all of these restrictions. He wants his followers to be able to choose if they want to wear a mask or not.
Well, I think the way that Trump has sort of just deflected pretty much all the mandates and all the other stuff, and I mean, he didn't even institute it countrywide. We saw at least 10 states not even locked down as much as others did. I just think
he didn't even pull back when he even caught the
virus. And I mean, we're seeing states like Florida and Georgia, all those ones down there that just never instituted mask wearing, and sort of, especially, you know, with Halloween happening a couple days ago, a lot of those kids did not wear masks when they were going from door to door, which is to the detriment of them, most likely.
That's odd for Halloween.
Pretty much. Yeah. So I mean, it's just sort of, I think, it's like Mike said. I think he's not going to gain new followers from the Democratic side just because of that. And I think Joe Biden has had a concrete plan. He's going to invest a lot in mask wearing. He's going to invest a lot in mandates. He's going to invest a lot in the vaccines and all that. So I think that's very, very important for him, and especially it's going to help him.
Yeah, and exactly what you and Mike said about gaining new followers, the people that he might try to switch over from being Democratic, or those independent voters. I don't think he's really going to have a stronghold on them, because the way he sort of had a little bit of a delayed response to the virus in itself, and then the way he sort of, you know, not mandating those masks, leaving up to the states whether or not what they want to do. And I think that someone has hurt him, and we talked about a while earlier about places like Arizona with higher senior citizen populations, that they see his response to the virus as it wasn't adequate enough, and maybe the way Joe Biden plans on handling it with the Defense Production Act and creating, you know, a vaccine and rapid testing, contact tracing, and all these personal protection equipment, stuff like that. And I think that might sway those voters over to why they might go blue and vote Joe Biden.
Wonderful. Excellent input and excellent points by all three of you. Thank you. Let's go back to John and Nick, back at the desk.
And thank you much, Jonah, and your self-described boys. John, what do we got?
Well, Nick, one thing is for certain. With COVID-19, we all certainly want to see a break, but we cannot have a break from COVID. However, we can have a break in the show, and we will see you when we come back from it.
Doesn't see race. Love is love.
What are you doing in there? What's that?
I wouldn't do that. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
How prepared is your family if a hurricane shows up at your doorstep, or a flood, or a blizzard? You can't just turn away a natural disaster. That's why it's important to go to ready.gov/plan now. It has the tools and tips you need to make an emergency plan with your family. So if disaster comes knocking, you'll be ready to help keep your family safe.
It's just a pizza.
Make a plan today.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, brought to you by The Hangar. And John, I think we're going to take another trip over to the map.
Absolutely, Nick. We're going to send it over to Austin Bechtel to tell us which state was just confirmed during the break.
Thank you, Nick and John. And that state that we are able to confirm now going to President Trump is the state of Missouri. That adds another state for President Trump in this Midwest area that we've been discussing, that he's really been able to dominate like he did in 2016. Just a couple other states that you can see there here, though, as I should say. Texas, another close state that looks like it's going in the president's favor at the moment. Probably going to him as well. You would say with President Trump only up about a percentage point on former Vice President Joe Biden, that with some results still coming in, it's going to be key to be able to get those 34 electoral votes for President Trump. But another state that we want to look at as a key battleground coming into it is the state of Arizona. And in the middle of Arizona, it's been kind of surprising where we've had Joe Biden has really done a great job in this part of the country, this part of the state, I should say, rather, which is Maricopa County, which has Phoenix in it, the city of Phoenix, which has been a blue blood state for the red side of the political party, meaning the Republicans. They've really dominated there in past elections. And you saw Mitt Romney win there, John McCain, and President Trump did a good job in Maricopa County as well in 2016. And it's really starting to shift a little bit towards Joe Biden. He's up 150,000 votes at the moment, with about 70% of Maricopa County votes being totaled and processed right now. And as you can see, that margin has been a big portion of why Joe Biden is leading, with a percentage of 54% compared to President Trump's 45%. Another state that we want to look at is the state of Georgia, which coming into it was thought to be a battleground state, but at the moment is really not starting to look like it right now. Georgia, with the city of Atlanta and Augusta, along with Columbus and also Savannah, the big cities, I should say, that really favor Democrats, and you have a lot of Democratic votes there compared to Republican votes. But as you can see on the map here, 49% of the votes have gone to President Trump, the 16 key electoral college votes, and 44% right now is being pulled in for Joe Biden. And you can see the bottom part of the map here of Georgia is really where Republicans have done a nice job to be able to maintain those red counties. And basically, the middle part of Georgia, up in this region here, is where you'll find Atlanta, and a little bit lower where you will also find Columbus. Those are the areas where, if Democrats are going to want to be able to take over the state of Georgia, like we've mentioned that they think that they can be able to do, which it looks like it's going to be leaning in President Trump's favor, that Republicans will maintain the state of Georgia. But if Democrats want to take over, they have to hit in those two cities, John and Nick.
Thank you, Austin. And those updates in the map currently put Joe Biden at 131 electoral college votes and bumped Donald Trump up to 108 electoral college votes.
That's absolutely right, John. We're starting to see Trump gain some traction in some key battleground states, too. We'll stay with that as it develops. But for now, we're going to send it over to Jonah Hoy once again with a fresh new pairing of panelists. Jonah?
Thank you so much, John and Nick. My boys are gone, but the new boys are back in town. So, Biden has to pick up wins here somewhere. Where do you think he's going to be able to pick these wins the best at?
He's almost got to get Arizona at this point. And what I mean by that is, I think it's going to be a bit of a surprise to see that Donald Trump is going to sweep the South. He's probably going to win North Carolina, probably going to win Georgia, probably going to win Florida.
Do you think that'll be a later in the week thing, or developing more tonight?
Probably Florida tonight, probably Georgia tomorrow, North Carolina maybe tomorrow as well. But nevertheless, where the numbers are right now, they're very good for the president. In effect, what that's going to do is bump him ahead in the total electoral college count vote, but not get him to 270. So where Biden now is beginning to put his hopes is, number one, the expected very good showing on the West Coast, which we know is going to roll in a couple hours. But what he's got to have is Arizona, because now you're starting to talk about very narrow margins of victory here. If we anticipate that he gets Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, he's still in good shape. But if he doesn't get one of those three, then Arizona becomes more and more and more important. Bottom line, we're nowhere near getting a win.
Will go because they are leaning more towards blue at the moment, I believe.
Early numbers are good, and Austin made a good point. Maricopa County, where Phoenix is where you're going to have the highest population center. Joe Biden needs a win somewhere right now because certainly the last 90 or so minutes have been very good for the president.
Where do you think, do you agree with Dr. Moretti that Biden needs to win in those key points of the country?
I do, yeah. Pennsylvania is definitely one of the key states. And Arizona, with a lot of the reports that I saw, that a lot of the people are really starting to switch from red to blue over after the previous election, particularly because of COVID and the effects that it has in that state.
Like Western PA, in Western PA, I know there was a lot of Reagan Democrats, which were people who were registered Democrat but generally voted Republican in elections. Do you see that kind of being the same thing in Arizona? Kind of these registered Republicans are now going Democrat.
Yeah, you're seeing a couple of things. One is that as the cost of living, especially in California, becomes more and more impossible for the middle class, so to speak, Arizona's got a much better cost of living. There are some lower taxes there as well, which would benefit folks who are business owners and the like. So, it wouldn't surprise me to see Arizona and North Carolina in the next 4 to 8 years become the two states that we truly call purple. Meaning they could go blue, they could go red, but they're not going to be dominant states, and if that are dominant for one party or the other. And if that's the case, that really leaves you with Arizona right now 11 electoral college votes, North Carolina with 15, and Florida with 29. So give or take 55 or so. Roughly 1/4 of what somebody would need to win the electoral college, and also 3 states that we know are going to see increases in population. Those 3 states bear a lot of watching in the next 4 to 8 years.
How do you feel about North Carolina and Georgia turning blue, as they've always been red in the past, for at least
I am not the most brushed on this topic, so I'm going to skip that question.
Okay. Let's see. How do you think PA is going to favor? Is PA right now, is that more a red state?
PA, last few elections has gone blue, but it's not been 9, 10, 12, 15 percentage points. It's been relatively stable number, which made what happened in 2016, such a surprise. As Nick mentioned at the top of the hour, we know that the folks in Philadelphia have cut off the counting of electoral or of mail-in ballots for the rest of the night. Considering it's probably been a 14-ish hour day for those folks, perfectly understandable. Yeah. And on top of that, even if they counted all of them tonight, which would take them into the wee hours of the morning, those still might not be enough to guarantee who's going to win, that particular state. I think we're looking at Friday at the absolute earliest before we have a real sense of who's going to win.
Do you see those Reagan Democrats that were predominantly in Western PA, do you see them going more back to the Democratic Party and voting for Joe Biden, or do you see them sticking with Trump?
If they stick with Trump, there's a chance that Trump wins this state, and if Trump wins Pennsylvania, his chances of victory go way, way up, because we're looking now at, again, if we see the sweep of the South by the president, you're looking at 280, 290 tops electoral college votes, which means that's awfully snug to that 270 minimum number that you need. So every state at this point now begins to matter much more.
How do you feel about him trying to turn Western PA, those once-long Reagan Democrats that voted Republican in most elections, but now they might go back?
I think his comments about trying to end fracking wouldn't have gone too far, but really what it really matters is like the real population, the Philadelphia, the Pittsburgh, the Harrisburg, really. So it's obviously not the worst idea to be able to do that, but how likely is it? I'm not sure.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your guys' input and points. Let's go back to the desk with Nick and John.
And thank you very much, Jonah, Dr. Moretti, and Jay. So, John, right now where we stand, 131 for Biden, 108 for Donald Trump, the President of the United States. things are starting to pick up a bit, as we've reiterated a few times here. Being residents of PA, I kind of want to get your thoughts on Pennsylvania so far. According to the Associated Press, only 38% reporting so far, but PA has gone red, started off blue earlier in the night. Where do you see PA going the rest of this election?
Honestly, Nick, to say that I could answer your question with certainty would be impossible. This is an election of uncertainty, and I think with, as we were talking about earlier, the sheer amount of mail-in votes and the sheer amount of early voting done this year, any state in the entire nation could possibly switch overnight, or not even overnight, throughout the week, as long as it takes to get these votes counted. I can't answer that with 100% certainty because I think it could go any which way.
What swing state that's left do you think Joe Biden could swing in his way, pun not intended?
I think that in terms of what Dr. Moretti was talking about, I mean, Arizona, I believe that was red. No, that was blue in 2016. So there's a possibility that he could see that state brought back, you know, in the 2020 election. So if I'm him, that's what I'm voting for. That's what I'm rooting for.
Right, and I'm focusing in on Florida a bit. I mean, that's the most electoral votes out of all of these states. And if Trump can win Florida, Biden's path to the presidency gets a lot more difficult, as Dr. Moretti just mentioned. And Pennsylvania, just to go back, that was the first time since 1992, the 2016 election, that Pennsylvania went red. So that's a big change there. Now for it to potentially go red twice in a row is huge, a huge shift in political beliefs there. But one thing that does not change is that you are watching SCJ Election Night coverage brought to you by The Hangar. Stay with us.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Maybe you can make retirement happen. After all, you made her college years happen. Opening that education savings account when she was little. Spearheading a campus tour. And another, and another, and another, and another. Bam! Deciphering financial aid. She was like, what? And now she's like, you aced planning for college. Now get the tips you need to get on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Jason, let's go see your room.
That's not right. How was it? Is it good?
Things could be stranger, but I don't know how. I'm going through changes now. Could spend a lifetime trying to figure it out. I'm going through changes, through all of the strangeness. I'm going through changes now.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, brought to you by The Hangar. John, I think it's time to get social again.
Absolutely, Nick. And, you know, I'm really hoping that I see SCJ Election Night trending on Twitter. But, hey, Alexis Davis will tell us if that's the case. Alexis, how's it hoping?
Well, right now, Florida is still trending at #1. People are expressing their frustration that the state has not officially been called yet, that some people feel like that, you know, Trump is far enough in the lead that it should be called. But some people who are supporting Biden are trying to make sure that people know not to give up hope, that there are still a lot of mail-in ballots that could be counted, and that anything could happen. Kentucky is also trending. It was just trending at #3, but it dropped down to 6. As you can see, what's trending tonight has really been jumping around. Kentucky actually is not trending because of the presidential race, but actually because of the Senate race. Republican Mitch McConnell has won Senate re-election in Kentucky. Twitter is giving mixed responses about this. Some people are happy about this, while others are frustrated that they feel like Kentucky will now not get the change that the state needs. Obviously, it's a very emotional night on social media. A lot of people are happy, a lot of people are upset. So thank you guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Alexis.
And now we are going to send it down to Colby and Ethan down in the PNC Colonial Cafe. Guys, you got any updates for us down there?
Thank you, John and Nick. Let's take a quick look at the District 17 election here in Pennsylvania. About 19% of the vote is in, and Connor Lamb's lead has shrunken a little bit, but he still has the lead with about 60% of the vote. So as we see more and more votes come in, his lead has shrunk a little bit, but things could change. Connor Lamb could regain some more control in this election against Sean Purnell.
Yeah, as we've been saying, it's going to be a close election no matter what we're looking at, if it's presidential, Senate, or House. So yeah, we've seen Connor Lamb's lead shrunk a little bit, but I don't think you've seen two different candidates for this seat. Connor Lamb is more of a quiet type of person. He's not really one to really speak out. And then you have Sean Parnell, who's a very aggressive type person. There's nothing wrong with that, obviously, but that's just how he is. And it's just been a very interesting election to look at.
Yeah, so I mean, with so many races are so important, along with the presidential, Senate, and House, it will be interesting to see what will happen in the upcoming hours. Let's send it back to John and Nick at the desk.
And thank you very much, guys. I could go for a bite to eat myself right now. We'll fight through this last hour, I suppose.
It would certainly be nice to be down in that cafe for that reason. But before we get down there to grab a sandwich, we're going to talk about Florida and Pennsylvania. Florida being a crucial state to either candidate, and Pennsylvania, which we recently just learned, still has 2.2 million mail-in ballots to count. But as for right now, we're going to have Austin Bechtel tell us what it looks like currently. Austin, what do you have?
John, and that's going to be a big part of what ends up happening with Pennsylvania, and just the mail-in ballots, as you mentioned, is just going to be such a big part of the turnout, which a lot of people have projected more mail-in ballots will favor Joe Biden than they will President Trump. So that's definitely something that's going to be interesting to look at. But as you take a look at the current map right now, seeing a lot of states that are still very close to call and we're not able to call yet, including Ohio, obviously Pennsylvania, along with Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, and also Florida, which are all leaning into the president's favor. But let's take a closer look into Florida and just what's happening in the state of Florida in terms of a lot of the counties. And just right now, we're looking at it right now with the 29 electoral votes that are up for grabs. President Trump is up 50%, getting 50% of the votes on Joe Biden's 48%, a 2 percentage difference, I should say, in terms of the two candidates. And like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the critical cities that we should be looking at are down here at the bottom of the map at Miami-Dade County, as well as a little bit higher up at West Palm Beach, along with Jacksonville's Duval County up around here at the top right, I should say, portion of the state. And Tallahassee is another important area to look at, more towards the left part of Florida as you get a little bit up closer at the top of that state. So currently President Trump leading in Florida, and it looks like with about 92% of votes in that he might be able to hold his lead. Now let's move on now to one critical state that we're not going to know a result of probably for a couple days, and that is the state of Pennsylvania. President Trump was able to squeak out a victory in Pennsylvania by 0.7 points in the 2016 election, as I mentioned earlier. And currently, with the 20 electoral votes on the line, President Trump leads 49%, getting 49% of those votes compared to 43% for Joe Biden. And one thing to mention, Jo Jorgensen has been really doing a nice job of getting votes in the state of Pennsylvania. She has 5% of the votes accounted for so far in the evening, with a lot of votes that still need to be counted, as John mentioned, a lot of mail-in votes that have not been counted yet in Philadelphia and a lot of the surrounding areas. But the key areas to look for in Pennsylvania, obviously in Philadelphia at the corner part right here. Also, obviously, Harrisburg, which usually is a democratically run county. They usually get a lot of Democratic votes there. But one county to look at, the home of Nick Hedrick, Erie, Pennsylvania, up here at the top of the state, which for a while has been a Democratic staple. And a lot of Democrats in years past, including President Obama, were able to use Erie to carry themselves to a victory in Pennsylvania. We saw President Trump be able to flip that by a couple percentage points in Erie County in 2016. So if President Trump is going to be able to win Pennsylvania, Erie County is the way to do it, Nick Hedrick.
Thank you, Austin Bechtold. And as he was talking about, the president was just in Erie a few weeks ago, so he was really trying to bring that area home.
Right. We've seen him and Vice President Mike Pence, and his son Donald Trump Jr., Donald Trump's son that is, in Pennsylvania a lot, really noticing how big of a state this is. People have said this election could come down to Pennsylvania, so we've definitely seen some hard campaigning going on in this area.
Absolutely. And you know what else we'll see?
More after the break.
Absolutely.
SCJ Election Night brought to you by The Hangar, where you can hang with us. We'll see you after this.
My heart doesn't see race. Love is love.
What are you doing in there? What's that?
I wouldn't do that. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
How prepared is your family if a hurricane shows up at your doorstep, or a flood, or a blizzard? You can't just turn away a natural disaster. That's why it's important to go to ready.gov/plan now. It has the tools and tips you need to make an emergency plan with your family. So if disaster comes knocking,
let's go.
You'll be ready to help keep your family safe.
It's just a pizza.
Yes. Make a plan today.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, brought to you by The Hangar. And John, we're approaching our final hour now.
Absolutely, Nick. But as we're going to head into that final hour, I want to mention a talking point that we talked about earlier, and that was when President Donald Trump was hospitalized as a result of contracting COVID-19. We'll toss it over to Nick himself right now to give us a deeper look at that case.
Americans woke up Friday morning to the news that President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump had contracted the coronavirus. I talked to RMU students over the weekend to find out what their reaction was to this news.
When I saw that he was diagnosed, to be honest, I wasn't really surprised, because I feel like it's just one of those things, like everyone's gonna really get it at some point, I feel like, you know what I mean?
Students across campus shared similar sentiments about the president's health this weekend, looking at the COVID-19 diagnosis as a learning experience for the American people and hoping for an optimistic outcome for Donald Trump. More than just a talking point during the election, COVID-19 safety measures have been neglected by many in the country due to opposing beliefs about wearing masks in public spaces. After the White House confirmed an outbreak among their top officials, this debate has been reignited. Senior accounting major Jed Bartos said that the diagnosis was not a surprise given the president's public anti-mask stance.
I mean, I really wasn't shocked. I mean, if you always see him in his campaign rallies, they're massive crowds hoarded around him. Barely any of them had masks, including him, so it didn't really come as much of a shock.
The president's re-election campaign rallies, which critics often call super spreader events, have also been under fierce scrutiny for outbreaks of COVID-19. Crowds for the rallies have often surpassed the local laws on gathering sizes, including his recent visit to Pittsburgh. While his status as a celebrity and politician sets him apart from the general public in many people's minds, his human side has also been made apparent by his hospitalization at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. For sophomore engineering major Shane Kiefer, this serves as a reminder that the virus can potentially infect anyone.
It really is just another person getting it, no matter how many precautions they took for the president. It's really just, it's a virus. We can't see it. It doesn't really care who you are.
Computer and Information Systems major Matthew Kirsch shared a similar stance, saying that despite preparations, everyone is likely to know someone who has had the virus.
I mean, you can try to be safe and do everything you can to try to keep yourself from contracting it, but at one point or another, I feel like it's just it'll make its rounds, honestly.
Looking past the president's recovery, students shared their thoughts on how this will affect America's preparation of COVID-19 prevention methods. Kirsch explained that the president's hospitalization won't make a significant change to the public's attitude, especially with Americans struggling with current guidelines.
No, I don't think it's going to change anything, honestly, because I feel like most people are already trying to do everything they can.
Bartos anticipates a change coming from those hesitant to wear masks, especially those following the president's lead.
Most likely, because most of his Trump supporters were like, oh, it's not going to happen to him. This could never happen to him. It's not going to happen to us.
RMU students shared hope that the president will recover from the virus and keep the election on track for November 3rd, with the illness serving as yet another stepping stone in the landmark 2020 election.
No, I think everything's going to stay on schedule, to be honest.
President Trump remains at the Walter Reed Medical Center. For further updates on the president's health, be sure to stay tuned to RMUCentralMedia.com.
Well, thank you for that information, Nick, and glad to have you here now.
I tried my best, and just to update everyone, that package was from when the hospitalization was new. He's no longer in the hospital, just to make that tidbit there. But we do have some breaking news about some new states that have called their election, and a new law that has just been passed, we're being told, in Louisiana. Jonah Hoy, and your analyst, do you want to talk about that for us, please?
Thank you so much, Nick and John, for coming back to my panel. My boys are back in town, and I'm sorry I wanted them to leave just so I could make that corny joke. Now, Louisiana, just a 67% voted yes that in the state constitution that to have an abortion is not a right. Let's unpack that.
Well, I feel like this really isn't surprising for a more southern and a more Republican-leaning state, such as Louisiana.
Yeah, I can totally agree with that. Louisiana has been historically Republican, and the fact that they voted an overwhelming majority in favor of this is not surprising in the slightest. It's a touchy subject, but also like I said, it's not out of the question for them to do that.
Yeah, it's not surprising to see that come from Louisiana, and again, such an extreme majority of what it was voted, but it would be also interesting to see the reaction that comes from people who live in that state that are Democratic and that will claim that some of their rights are now infringed on the idea that now abortion is not seen as a choice for them.
Exactly. Also, developing news that Joe Biden has just won the west coast of the United States, and he has gained a lead in the Electoral College race. This is obviously good, but could it be just an early win? Because he was destined to win these states, and it's given him an exorbitant lead. Do you think this will keep him in the lead?
I believe so. As of now, he has a pretty substantial lead in the Electoral College, and California is a pretty big one to win. Despite being able to predict that Biden would win at least California, that's, I believe, 55 electoral votes. Not surprising.
Well, and like we said, I mean, it's a huge boost for Joe Biden. That's pretty much right there. He went from about 133 up to about 190 now with sweeping the West Coast, which is huge for him. Getting those 55 votes from California, like we saw, who are huge on environmental conservation, huge on conserving it, which obviously Donald Trump has deflected during his presidency. And, it's like we said, it's going to come down to the states that is the swing states that he's currently leading in, as well as the ones that Trump's leading in, and Pennsylvania with, like we said, those 2.2 million uncounted mail-in ballots, which is going to be probably the predictor in this election.
Yeah, and it's very significant that Joe Biden takes a step ahead in winning these states, especially Oregon and Washington. We knew California was just about, a given for Biden. But like you said, Gallo, on the environmental issues, those are some key things that people are looking at in those states over there, especially with the recent wildfires. I think Joe Biden, has an extensive plan going forward. Trump has sort of ignored the ideas of, climate change.
Do you guys see, well, speaking of California and the Sunshine State, and they've had recent wildfires. And in 2017, I believe that was the end of the drought. But during Trump's term, he did have a little bit of, the California was in a drought. And how he deflects these environmental problems and kind of just throws them away. Do you think other states and other voters will see that his environmental conservatism towards California and how he hasn't helped or tried to do anything will hurt him in other states?
I mean, it's sort of just the fact that he's basically just denied science pretty much since he got into office. Like we said with Joe Biden, he has a plan to get a more ambitiously, more clean energy, American-made energy power sector by 2035, which is going to be good. And like we said, California is one of the biggest environmental conservation states, and he gained those 55 votes, which is very important. So yeah, it's been very important for him.
Also, I believe if COVID-19 was not an issue during this election, I think environmental and climate change would be one of the key issues in this election. I think you would see a lot more people leaning Biden, especially when you look away from the west, but down towards the south more, that are impacted by a lot of these bigger tropical storms and hurricanes, and maybe in the Midwest that are impacted by bigger tornadoes nowadays, and that have been looked at as sort of climate issues and climate change. And if coronavirus was not an issue in this election, I think Biden would get a little bit more of a push in those areas due to what he believes going forward.
Thank you guys so much. The boys giving great input, as always. Let's toss it back to John and Nick at the desk.
And thank you very much, Jonah and the boys. John, one thing I want to talk about really quickly here is just the use of social media in this election, and I think we have someone who's going to tell us a little bit more about that. Exactly, Nick.
And one thing that I wanted to mention is that Joe Jorgensen is currently cast in at 76,532 votes in Pennsylvania, as Austin touched upon earlier. So, Alexis, I want to ask, is there anything trending on social media regarding third-party candidates?
Well, there's not really anything trending right now on Twitter, but if you do a search, there is a large amount of tweets about people expressing their frustrations with third-party voting. They feel that since it is such a close race, that those votes could be the opportunity for their candidate to get the push that they need. Now, Joe Jorgensen, who is running for the Libertarian Party, is doing well in PA, like you said. Her social media has been pretty quiet tonight. The only thing that she's been tweeting is about a election night party that she's been having, a live stream event, so she's been tweeting the links for that. And then also another third-party candidate, Kanye West, who is running for the birthday party. He's not tweeted anything at all today, which is really shocking to everybody because Kanye is known to blow up Twitter. But the only thing that he has tweeted today is just that he voted and pictures of him voting, and then also just him saying Kanye 2020. So it'll be interesting to see throughout the night if any third-party things end up trending on Twitter. So back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Alexis. And, to her point, I mean, we saw in the 2016 election, people voiced their frustrations with people that voted for Gary Johnson. We're kind of seeing the same thing here with Joe Jorgensen. So what do you make of all of this?
I look at it one of two ways, Nick, and tonight especially. This has been a bitterly close election night that we've seen so far. So, as Alexis mentioned, the frustrations that people are voicing are completely understandable. But at the same time, we're also looking at an election where the candidates aren't really supported by a majority, maybe not a majority, but a lot of American people. And I think that by voting third party, they're saying we're not satisfied with the candidates you're offering us, and that does offer a safe alternative to them. So you can see it both ways, and I think that it's definitely something to consider as the election night goes on.
And you took the words right out of my mouth, John. I mean, people are speaking out, I think, by voting third party more than anything else. I mean, we've heard frustrations from the Biden side, and we've heard frustrations from the Trump side. And I think rather than not voting for a third party or a write-in is the way that people are saying, hey, we don't like this two-party system. But hopefully you like the SCJ Election Night broadcast brought to you by The Hangar, and stay with us after this commercial break.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
maybe you can make retirement happen. After all, you made her college years happen. Opening that education savings account when she was little. Spearheading a campus tour. And another, and another, and another, and another. Bam! Deciphering financial aid. She was like, what? But now she's like, you aced planning for college. Now get the tips you need to get on track at aceyourretirement.org.
Jason, let's go see your room.
That's not right. How was it? Is it good?
Things could be stranger, but I don't know how. I'm going through changes now. Could spend a lifetime trying to figure it out. I'm going through changes, through all of the strangeness. I'm going through changes now.
Welcome back to the SCJ Election Night, brought to you by The Hangar.
And we're going to send it over to Austin Bechtold once again. I don't think he's talking about Erie County this time, unfortunately for me. I think we're actually going to talk about the other side of the entire country. Austin, what do you have for us?
That is correct, Nick. Unfortunately, not Erie this time. We're going to talk about the whole entire West Coast. So at 11 p.m., about 12 minutes ago, the following states were able to close their polling down: California, Idaho, Oregon, and also Washington State. And currently, at the moment, Joe Biden is reaping the benefits of these states being called, as they all go blue in his favor. We can call it California, Washington State, as well as Oregon. All will go in favor of the former vice president. And right now, as you can see, just back on the East Coast, a lot of the same in terms of Florida and Georgia and North Carolina, looking like they're favoring the president at this point, but still a little bit early to be able to call with those states. And also some news coming out of Georgia that a lot of ballots will not be counted tonight. So another instance, just like in Pennsylvania, that we're going to have to be put on hold to officially be able to call Georgia. So another state that is going to President Trump, actually two, Utah and Idaho are being called in favor of the president. And this puts the total tally at about over 200 votes for Joe Biden. I believe 209 compared to 118 for President Trump. Well, still a lot of battleground states yet to be called, John.
Absolutely, Austin. A lot more can happen in these coming days. Tonight, even still, the night is young. But, John, what do we have for the viewers at home?
Well, as we can see, Donald Trump has been having success in very specific states, obviously. And one thing that we sort of looked into before the election were why Trump supporters planned on voting for him today. And we'll toss to that right now.
While everyone certainly has a different opinion on the 2020 presidential election candidates, some would argue that love for President Donald Trump from his supporters is unlike any other. We spoke to several voters in Pennsylvania who told us why they would be voting for President Donald Trump come November 3rd.
19-year-old James Chick and 18-year-old Tony Zona from Irwin, PA, say that they like how President Donald Trump is a genuine candidate.
Man, all those politicians, institutionalized, all right, corrupt. Let's be honest, Donald Trump's doing the real one. Genuine.
Other supporters say that they support his policies on gun rights and abortion. President Trump has been outspoken on his views on abortion, tweeting on October 6th, quote, Biden and Democrats just clarified the fact that they are fully in favor of very late-term abortion, right up until the time of birth and beyond, which would be execution, unquote.
The Trump campaign has had a heavy presence in Pennsylvania throughout the past several months, just trying to bring home that swing state. Reporting in Moon Township for RMU-TV, I'm John Blinn.
And welcome back.
And we are going to send it over once again to Jonah Hoy and our analysts to get their thoughts on that package. Jonah, what do you guys got for us?
Thank you again, Nick and John. Again with me, my boys. So let's get into it. How about the phenomenon of Trump and people flocking to him. His followers worship him. So like his day, like he was on WWE and there was Hulkamania, there's Trumpomania. Why did these people have Trumpmania?
This kind of sprang up in 2016 throughout his presidency and now in 2020. Trump's not your average politician. Yes, Mike Pence is more presidential, as some people have said, and he's more what people see as a president. But people want something different. We've had 44 presidents before Trump that have wanted, or that have been congressmen or senators. But now we have someone who is not your average Joe. He's a businessman, he's a billionaire, and people want something different.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason why they flock to him, because for starters, he tells it how it is. I mean, sort of to the detriment of himself in the past, but he tells it how it is, and he's sort of, like he said, it's been a bit unorthodox as he has been in office, but he has the followers and he has just done wonders for the economy, especially during the pandemic, and that's really been the only thing he's done right during this pandemic is the economy. But I think that's the main reason why he's taken off so much.
Yeah, I think that biggest appeal is definitely with how he's handled the economy just over his, presidency in general. It was down to, I think the unemployment was down to, 3.6%, which was a low coming out of Obama's presidency and into Trump, continuing that downward trend in the unemployment realm. And I think his ability to create jobs and his plan to go and create 10 million jobs in over 10 months coming out of this pandemic is something that continues to bring voters towards Trump, and just creating and hitting the working class and the blue-collar workers and getting their votes is so important to Trump.
Well, thank you guys so much for your wonderful input. Let's go back to the desk to Nick and John.
Thank you very much, Jonah and crew. And John, they kind of mentioned it there. The typical political race for president is lifelong politician against lifelong politician. The last two elections, however, have been much different. We've had lifelong politician and Hillary Clinton, one of the most powerful political families in the history of this country, Donald Trump, the businessman. This year we have Joe Biden, who spent 47 years going up against a now incumbent Donald Trump. I mean, from a young person's perspective, how do they appeal or not appeal to you?
Nick, honestly, it's hard to tell because roughly half of our lives, we've seen an unconventional president. So it's hard to be able to judge, well, do I want a more traditional candidate or do I want to see someone less conventional? And I think that because of Donald Trump's success, that's something that we may see more of in the future. We may see more unconventional candidates start to pop up in the upcoming elections. As you can see, Kanye West.
The birthday party.
Exactly.
And, Mark Cuban, someone that's thrown around a lot. I mean, this kind of opened the door, as you were getting to, for people that are well-known and have the money and kind of have power and know how to run a business. Some people seem to be liking this let's run America as a business ideology.
And, it certainly has done things for the economy. People praise Donald Trump for how he's handled the economy, and because he's running it like a business, it's done him a lot of good, and I think that's gained him a lot of support.
Now, I want to talk about Joe Biden here really quick. As we touched on, he's been in Washington for a very long time. Does that deter people, you think, from voting for him? What are you going to do now that you haven't tried to do previously?
I think it absolutely does deter some people because it's easy to say, well, you were in government for 47 years. Why are you just starting to do things now? But also, during that time, he wasn't the president of the United States. And the president of the United States is absolutely going to have more power to try different things and try different policies than he would as vice president or anywhere else in Congress. So honestly, I think it can go either way. I think, yes, it's a deterrent, but at the same time, it's like, okay, let's give him a chance in this position.
Absolutely, John. And you can go either way with who you choose for your election coverage tonight, but I trust that you're going to stay right here at the SCJ Presidential Election Show, brought to you by The Hangar. We'll be right back after this.
My heart doesn't see race. Love is love.
What are you doing in there?
doing? What are you looking for?
How prepared is your family if a hurricane shows up at your doorstep, or a flood, or a blizzard? You can't just turn away a natural disaster. That's why it's important to go to ready.gov/plan now. It has the tools and tips you need to make an emergency plan with your family. So if disaster comes knocking,
let's go.
You'll be ready to help keep your family safe.
It's just a pizza.
Yes. Make a plan today.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night, brought to you by The Hangar. John, I think we're going to take another visit over to Austin.
Absolutely, Nick. We have been several hours in, but the election is far from over, and Austin Bechtel is going to give us an update.
Thank you, guys. The election definitely is far from over, and as we've mentioned throughout the whole entire night, with states like Georgia and Pennsylvania waiting a little bit to be able to count the rest of their mail-in ballots and other ballots that they have received, it might be a while before we end up finding the result of this 2020 presidential election. But as we look at the map right now, some more states that we're looking at right now, Montana is actually leading towards Joe Biden. A little bit of a surprise right now, but a little bit of the numbers are coming in. Not that many results are put in right now. That might explain a little bit of that. We haven't really heard much from Nevada. They've been kind of quiet, haven't really seen many results pop up so far of what Nevada's been doing, but I'm sure eventually their numbers will be tallying in. But let's take a deeper dive at the state of Michigan, because at first, there was a lot of talk about this being a potential swing state that the Democrats would be able to pull in favor for Joe Biden after President Trump won this state by only 0.3%. Very close margin. And right now, the 16 electoral votes, looking at it right now, 49% are in favor of President Trump and 44% in favor of Joe Biden. Looking at some of the counties, just a little bit at the bottom part of the state of Michigan. You look at Detroit, you look at the city of Flint, you look at Ann Arbor, where obviously the University of Michigan is. That's where a lot of the Democratic-centered votes have been seen throughout the entire election in both 2016 and also that we're seeing here in 2020. But really where the Republicans are dominating and this lead is growing for President Trump is at the top of the state of Michigan, where all the counties are reporting all red. It's a sea of red as you go high up the state of Michigan. And if the Democrats are going to want to try to swing the state back to Joe Biden, if Joe Biden looks like he's trailing in the state by a large margin, so with still a lot of votes left to go, Joe Biden's going to have to make up a lot of room if he's going to win that state that originally was projected in entry polls to go to him. Another state to look at is Iowa. Now, this is where Joe Biden is having a lot of success currently right now, leading 62% of the vote compared to 37% for President Trump and 2% for Joe Jorgensen, the third-party candidate. Now, we see in Iowa, in 2016, there was a lot of red that you'd see throughout the whole entire country, but parts of the blue counties that we were able to see were in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, around this area of the state, as well as in the middle of the state in Des Moines, Iowa. These are the key areas that if Democrats are able to pick up some more votes, along with the surrounding counties around them, which have statistically and historically gone red on multiple different occasions, with President Trump winning that state against Hillary Clinton back in 2016. That would be a key area for Joe Biden, where he's leading in this state for the 6 electoral votes for the state of Iowa, which could be a key pickup for Joe Biden to increase his lead and pick up a key battleground state that, in compared to other states like Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, as well as Ohio, looks like Joe Biden is trailing and could be favorable territory for President Trump later on throughout the night.
Thank you, Austin.
And we are now going to send it over to Jonah Hoy once again, this time with Dr. Moretti. Jonah, what do you got for us?
Thank you once again. I'm with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Anthony Moretti. So, the congressional race is neck and neck right now. I think, if I'm correct, it is Sean Parnell and Connor Lamb at 43-43. Thoughts, surprises, anything?
Expected, especially because now we're seeing where Pennsylvania, where we thought might be favorable for Biden, is much more snug than expected. In many ways, this is turning out to be, at least on some level, a replay of 2016. A couple of key differences. Trump had won a few states already in 2016 that he's not yet won tonight. So anything now suggesting a close call in congressional races in swing states, not at all expected, because that's where we're going with the presidential race as well.
So how do you feel about these states like Iowa and Michigan? Do you think Michigan will turn to Biden or no?
Well, you know, I think we're at a stage right now where we're looking at probably 4 states determining who will be the next president. And those are Iowa to a lesser extent, only because it has only 6 electoral college votes. But the big 3 of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are going to come into play. The problem is, and maybe problem is not the right word, but the problem certainly is, none of the 3 is likely to, by themselves, be enough to give either Biden or Trump over 270 electoral college votes. So you're looking at probably Thursday at the absolute earliest, more likely Friday, maybe even into the weekend before we know what's going to happen. And that's going to be obviously 3 days of all sorts of, you know, Alexis has been on the social media desk all night, and Austin has been at the map all night. They're going to be, you know, fine-tuning precinct here, precinct there. It's going to be it's going to be quite a spectacle over the next 3 days.
Have your views changed at all since this broadcast and the election going on? Do you have any new predictions that may have contradicted what you thought beforehand?
Because Trump has won the South, and again, I'm presuming he's going to win Florida, win Texas, win Georgia, and win North Carolina, which basically means a sweep of the South. Because that has happened, projecting Joe Biden, which I thought was going to be the case earlier in the evening, to probably have a comfortable victory, now flip a coin. We could be looking at a scenario where indeed Donald Trump gets reelected.
So you think the presidential election will come down very neck and neck, close to close?
No question. And you know, the intriguing thing is that all the talk about popular vote and all of this, we could be looking at a scenario where the popular vote is even closer than it was, perhaps 4 years ago. Regardless, once all of this is decided, there's going to be a fascinating conversation about how potentially 2 presidential elections in a row, a decidedly considered underdog, Donald Trump, pulled out a victory. We obviously know he did it in 2016. There's now a realistic chance that he could do it in 2020. Similarly, there's still a realistic chance Joe Biden could become the next president. As long as Trump can hold the South, then the upper Midwest becomes absolutely essential to both men.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that if President Trump does lose, do you think he will try and refute the results and demand a recount, or the Republicans will try to demand a recount?
Depending upon how some states turn out, that might be automatic anyway. I forget the exact percentage, but it's something like 1.2% or something. I forget what it is offhand. Right now, Florida is 4 or 5-ish percentage points for Biden, or for Trump, I'm sorry. Not looking at a recount there. If North Carolina flips, and right now, again, it's in Trump's category, potential for a recount there. I think it is very likely, if we're looking at, say, 270 for one and one man, 268 for another, that recounts are guaranteed. But I also think we could be looking at a scenario where, again, if you're looking at about 270, 268, somewhere in there, you certainly are going to be looking at lawsuits demanding that in some of these key states that the votes be recounted again, which could mean the weekend might just be a chance to catch our breath before we get into the machinations of all trying to figure out, political law when it comes to recounts, and that's something I don't have a clue about.
Neither do I. But thank you so much. I loved your input. Let's go back to John and Nick at the desk.
Thank you, Dr. Moretti and Jonah. Nick, one thing we learned during that panel was that Wisconsin officials are saying there's no way that they announce a winner tonight. Michigan says that they need until Friday, and Pennsylvania officials are obviously saying that we won't have an answer anytime
Right,
soon.
and this is kind of confirming what we already knew. We knew some of these states, unfortunately, the big battleground states, it's like a good cliffhanger at the end of a season of a TV show. They're going to keep us waiting, keep us wanting to know what's going to go on. But it's expected. I think now it's just clear in writing, though.
And with Michigan saying that it needs until Friday at the latest, that means that the American people will be waiting a few days before we know who the next president is. And it's curious to think, and I'm curious to see what candidates will say to their supporters during that time period. What are they going to encourage them to do?
I am as well. I think it's odd because, you know, social media, we've seen Alexis over there all night talking about just all the tweets she's saying at the beginning of the telecast, before votes were even being really noted, who was winning and who was losing, just how quickly things were talking. We live in a society that's bang, bang, bang. You know, we want to know things right away. We're not patient. So I'm very intrigued to see how both candidates, from a congressional level and from a presidential level, kind of, you know, tell their supporters what to do. I'm very intrigued. I'm not sure. That's something that I can't say anyone probably prepared for prior to this year. I don't think we'd ever think we'd have a problem like this again. But here we are. Do you have any thoughts on what you would, if you were in this situation, what would you do?
If I were in this situation, I mean, I think the ideal thing that any candidate could say would just be to tell Americans to stay patient, stay calm, and, you know, stay optimistic.
Right. I think you need to remain confident regardless of which side you're on and what the numbers look like. I think you have to keep that spirit up of your supporters just to make them think, okay, maybe we've got a chance. You know, when Hillary conceded in 2016, you know, a couple hours before that, one of her representatives went out, I think her party or candidate manager went out and said, we're still confident, you know, we're still going to fight for this. And, you know, that's the attitude you need to have. You can't tell your supporters just because some data is not going your way, it's over, let's throw in the towel.
Absolutely, and there's still going to be plenty more to come in this election throughout the week and throughout tonight. And there's also going to be more in this broadcast. We'll see you after the break.
All right. When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother and... I am totally a hot person. Right, guys? Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here. Wait. What? I can't drive. Why? My. Oh.
Stem is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night coverage brought to you by The Hangar. John, we were just talking about her, Alexis Davis, over at the social desk for us now.
And we were just talking about how there's more in this election. Alexis Davis has more.
There's definitely still a lot going on Twitter tonight. Pennsylvania is currently trending at number 3. Now, right now, Trump is leading Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania has announced that votes will not be finished counting tonight, which has caused mixed reactions from people. Some people are happy, thinking it can give Biden more of a chance. Other people are unhappy about that. But people are pointing out that due to the fact that thousands of ballots may not have been counted yet, that anything could happen and Biden could potentially win the state. People feel that the election is partially up to Pennsylvania, so they're very anxious to see what the results will be. Moving on to the Republican and Democratic Party's Twitter accounts, the official Republican Party has been tweeting more congrats to members who have won in their respective races. Lindsey Graham has won South Carolina Senate, and Tommy Tuberville has won Alabama Senate. The official Democratic Party Twitter account has also been tweeting congratulations to their members, with Jeff Merkley winning Oregon Senate and Roy Cooper winning North Carolina Governor. Neither party has referenced the presidential race in quite a few hours. It'll be interesting to see if they send anything out before the end of the night. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alexis. Nick, one thing I have to say is it's interesting to see how quiet both candidates are.
I was just about to say that. Both of them were using social media, I think, to their advantage. I think Biden did a great job as well, and Trump, we know, is always on Twitter, sometimes to his demise, unfortunately, for him. But, I mean, it's very odd to see none of them saying anything. And maybe they know a lot of these states that are still hanging in the balance. We just mentioned before the break how there's so many key ones waiting till later in this week to announce their results due to mail-in ballots. Maybe they know, so they're waiting to, get too cocky, perhaps. But we're going to send it over to Jonah Hoy and the panelists once again. Guys, what do you got for us?
Thank you again, John and Nick. I'm back with my panel, and let's talk about something like, how do you think Biden and Trump are feeling about the battleground states and how the election results, or their results, probably won't be conducted for a couple of days or even a week? How do you think those two are sitting?
I feel like they expected this, and I feel like a lot of America expected this too. Their silence on social media right now really says a lot. I don't think they want to stir up any emotions on either side, especially Trump, who sometimes has the tendency to stir the pot a little bit. He is staying silent right now. I think both parties want to keep calm and keep their voters calm as well.
Yeah, there's probably a bit of nervousness amongst the two candidates, which is why we haven't seen them on Twitter at all. Like, Donald Trump has been on Twitter pretty much since he was in the president's seat. So it's just very surprising, like they mentioned over on the desk, that they're not talking about it. They're not saying, like, keep voting, keep coming in, we'll put the votes up, we'll do this. But, like, yeah, like, for these guys to not tweet outright in a couple of hours is pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves at stake right now between the two parties and the American population in whole. And I think also another thing of why they're staying quiet on social media in general is because, again, talking about Trump, he likes to stir the pot a little bit. But I think they want to keep away from maybe, there's been a lot of talks in all reality about potential protests and results to the election. And I think both of them maintaining their silence will hopefully keep that to a minimum, especially if something is not, if the election is not determined right away, and you see these mail-in ballots continue to be counted. As we talked in PAs, 2.2 million people have still not been counted. So I think their silence on social media hopefully keeps that idea of protesting or potentially turning into things worse than that and becoming a national issue. And I think their silence is definitely trying to keep that to a minimum.
Wonderful. Thank you, guys. Arizona has just been confirmed going to Biden. Let's go to the map with Nick, John, and Bechtold.
Guys, thanks for coming over and joining with me over here on the map.
We needed a change of scene.
We did.
Yeah, and the map, as Jonah Hoy just said, it's getting pretty interesting with Joe Biden now, where he can announce that he has won the state of Arizona. So a state that President Trump won in 2016 is now flipped on the other side now for Joe Biden.
Right. We kind of knew that Biden was going to win the states. Hillary won. Trump was, going to have a decent amount of states he won, then those swing states, those battleground states. And this is the first big one to officially go to Joe Biden. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I'm not that surprised. You heard a lot of just rumblings, like I said earlier in the broadcast, just about Maricopa County being, a lot more friendlier just to the Democratic Party. You saw former Republican Jeff Flake still a Republican, but endorsed Joe Biden, as well as Cindy McCain also endorsing Joe Biden. And I think that really pushed the envelope just for Arizona voters, and especially in Maricopa County, usually always goes red, just to push Joe Biden over the edge for those 11 electoral votes.
Right, and John, what are your thoughts?
I think that Arizona is going to be a huge win for Joe Biden right now. It was definitely one of those few make-or-break states for him. And I think that Pennsylvania is also another one of those. And we started off the night with Pennsylvania in the blue, and now we're seeing a huge red lead. Austin, what do you make of that? Why do you think that change happened?
Well, I'm not that surprised because, as you mentioned earlier, John, the mail-in ballots that have come into Philadelphia that are not being counted, around, I believe you said around 2 million ballots that they're discussing just throughout the whole state that have not really been counted. And what early talk has been before the election was that, you know, a lot of those early mail-in ballots would probably favor Joe Biden. So I'm not that surprised, and I figured that if President Trump wants to be able to win the state of Pennsylvania, he has to have a pretty substantial lead built up before those mail-in ballots are officially counted.
What color do we think these mail-in ballots are? Do we think they're going to favor blue, like the early voting mail-in ballots did, or do we think they're going to go red?
I think just looking at the data today, it's really hard to call. Just seeing initially where a lot of the voting is, you would think red because President Trump has been getting so much support in Pennsylvania so far, and you know the statistics have really shown that he's being favored right now. But in other states where mail-in balloting needs to be counted, like in Georgia as well as Pennsylvania, I think it's going to come down to maybe 0.5 percentage points. It's going to be really close, Nick.
Austin, one more thing I want to ask before we move on is Nick and I touched upon this earlier. This could be the second time in a row for a long time that we see Pennsylvania red. What do you think about that?
It can, and I just think that with Joe Biden's comments on fracking, really, you know, talking about how he wants to move away from it and, you know, kind of get rid of fracking altogether, just step away from it and try to replace it with something else, but really doesn't put that much of a plan in place. I think that a lot of, especially voters in the middle of the state, have really just seen that as a call to action to continue to vote for President Trump like they did in 2016. And I think that's really why we're seeing just the increase of support in the numbers, and really just why President Trump was able to, you know, he really was able to reach out to those hardworking middle-class workers in a lot of the rural counties and in Erie County to really be able to get his message out. And I really think that's why he was able to get the message across to be able to get that state to go red instead of blue like Obama was able to take the state.
It always comes back to Erie County.
It always has to, Nick.
Well, I mean, sort of going off of that,
it's been a key county just in 2016, and it will be
Absolutely,
this year.
And being from there, in case you couldn't tell yet, I mean, usually there's Democratic leadership there. We had a Democratic mayor, voted in 2016 for Trump. Erie County goes red, and then we voted in another Democratic mayor after that. So it's a very interesting county, and that's not even hyping it up because one of us has investment in it. It's just truthfully a very flip-flop kind of county.
Right. What were you saying, John?
I was just going to ask you if there was a certain city that you would consider to be most influential in any presidential election. One that stands out to you, maybe.
You mean in Pennsylvania or just in general?
Any city.
Well, I'll specify just Pennsylvania. And I think just, as we mentioned with Erie, if President Trump can be able to maintain just any kind of voting that he can, any type of votes in both Allegheny County and also in the city of Philadelphia, where a majority of those votes are going to be going to Joe Biden, if he can just find a way to just scrap together some votes to be able to hold on to those counties like he did. You know, he's not going to win Allegheny County. He's not going to win Philadelphia. And he's probably not going to win Scranton in the county that Joe Biden, his birthplace, is from. So if President Trump is able just to rally around a lot of support in those neighboring counties, I think he'd be able to get some success. But some other cities that I look at, well, actually, I would rather say that in cities or states like Michigan and in states like Wisconsin, it's really those rural areas that President Trump has really been able to reach. And you know, his message, as you've seen him in Kenosha, we saw him in Grand Rapids finish his last rally last night around 1 a.m. in Michigan. Really, I think it's those counties that are surrounding the big cities, because you know most big cities are going to lean Democratic, that President Trump has been able to control, and Joe Biden is kind of in those rural counties still trying to play catch up.
Well, Austin, I just want to thank you again for keeping us updated on the geography of the election.
Thanks for joining me over here, guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, stay tuned. We will see you after the break.
All right. When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother
I am totally a hot person. Right, guys?
Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here.
Wait.
What?
I can't drive.
Why?
My.
Oh.
STEM is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
And welcome back to SCJ Election Night coverage brought to you by The Hangar. And John, we're going to take one more trip over to that social desk, I think.
Let's see what you have, Alexis.
Thanks, guys. So taking one last look at the presidential and vice presidential candidates' accounts, President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, we haven't heard anything else from them the last few hours. Like we said before, they've been extremely quiet on social media. Kamala Harris, she has retweeted from the Nevada Democrats an hour ago to just make sure you stay in line and vote. And Vice President Mike Pence, we also have not heard anything else from tonight. So it seems like for the rest of the night, it's going to be pretty quiet from them, and maybe in the morning they'll continue tweeting. And then just taking one last look at what is trending on Twitter, we still have Florida at #1, Election Night #2, Pennsylvania at #3, and then we have various states throughout the other top 15. We have Kentucky, Ohio, Alabama, North Carolina, Oregon, and Colorado, Jersey, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Back to you guys.
And thank you once again very much, Alexis, for your great coverage all night. I sometimes scroll through Twitter for 4 hours a night, but never have to kind of analyze the information I'm getting. So that's a job well done on her end.
And one thing that you mentioned was Kamala Harris and Mike Pence, and I'm curious to see what our analysts have to say about our vice president candidates. Jonah Hoy, what do you have for us?
Thank you again, John and Nick. I'm here with these two fine gentlemen. Let's talk about the vice president candidates. We haven't talked much about Mike Pence or Kamala Harris. How do you feel they're doing tonight, or what are their thoughts?
No disrespect, nobody really cares, and I don't mean that to sound sarcastic. Let's face it, it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden who's going to be the next president of the United States. And so, you know, for the most part, vice presidents are window dressing, and it's not surprising that we've not heard much from either, especially with the presidential candidates themselves not saying too much. Although recognizing the late hour and how much they've been campaigning and the fact that they're both in their 70s, if a guy in his early 50s is starting to feel a little sluggish, they may be, you know, sleeping it off and getting ready for tomorrow morning.
Running on fumes. How do you feel about the vice president? Do you agree with me?
I absolutely do agree. I think now, since it's all publicized, but back in the day, even like in 2012, I don't even think people knew who the vice president was.
Honestly, I can't remember who the vice president of Clinton was.
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
Think about that.
How do you feel the presidential candidates are doing right now?
I think because, especially for Joe Biden, because he's been around the political block 1 or 2 times, so to speak, I think he probably is looking at this and saying, the stakes have never been higher for me personally, but I've seen this before. And I think there probably is in Donald Trump a sense of, I told you so. That sense of this idea that there was going to be an easy night or at least a comfortable lead for Biden was very much fake news, so to speak, to borrow a phrase that he definitely likes and we may hear more of in the next 4 years if he is reelected. The reality is, though, I think one of the serious questions that will be asked after this, again, regardless of who wins, is how yet again was.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I've been brought some breaking news that Oregon has just passed something that I believe, if I'm correct, where they legalize the possession of all drugs. Legalize the possession, not selling or distribution, but the possession.
And Oregon's population is going to no. I couldn't resist. It's
transferring universities.
It's getting really late for somebody my age. Let me tell you. No, I think though, one of the serious questions is going to be, again, regardless of who wins, but especially if Trump wins, how did 4 years ago and tonight, poll after poll after poll, say it looked good for the Democratic candidate only to see Trump win twice? And I don't know if it's a reflection of the man. I don't know if it's a reflection of polling not being what it once was. I don't know if people are lying to pollsters. I don't have a simple answer for it. But I think it's going to be a fascinating discussion if Trump wins. And again, the numbers suggest he's going to sweep the South. If Biden does get Arizona, where he's comfortably out in front, at least comfortable up until now, bottom line, tomorrow morning, both men will have in the neighborhood of about 230 electoral college votes, depending upon what happens if Iowa is called, etc. Trump is also very likely to win Ohio, where he's comfortably ahead. So the reality is that 3 states in the upper Midwest are going to decide what happens, and none of them is named Oregon, I can tell you that much.
Do you have any thoughts on the Oregon drug policy or new?
Considering it's Oregon, and I don't mean that sarcastically, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah. If it had been Tennessee that had done it, I'd have been like, what? I know earlier there was conversation about the anti-abortion law that was passed, or referendum that was passed in Louisiana tonight. I think just those 2 circumstances demonstrate the sort of political divide in America, where a state like Louisiana, not criticizing Louisiana, just simply stating, would be so passionate about abortion, and a state like Oregon, and again, not being critical of Oregon, would be so passionate about sort of this notion of advancing society, or presumably advancing society. So in many ways, if you played to stereotypes, Louisiana played to stereotype tonight, and Oregon played to stereotype tonight.
Well, thank you both. I'd like to toss it back to John and Nick at the desk.
And thank you very much, Jonah, for that great coverage all night over there with our analysts.
He's been really doing a great job. Jonah, thank you for interviewing everyone tonight. We will see you in just a few minutes after this break.
Can't high five. All right. When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique. And your mother and I am totally a hot person, right, guys? Thanks for being honest. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here.
Wait.
What?
I can't drive.
Why?
My.
Oh.
STEM is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to send those old STEM theories flying past the neighbor's house into outer space. Dare to program something internet-breaking, record-breaking. Dare to blow their minds. Dare to learn the difference between sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Go find those rocks. Dare to keep daring. Dare to STEM. Check out She Can STEM to get started.
Welcome back to the SCJ Election Night, brought to you by The Hangar.
I think, John, it's time we take one final look at the map with Austin Bechtold. Wish I was still over there with him to point. But Austin, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Nick. It's pretty upsetting. I've gotten pretty attached to this map here behind me. But let's talk about it. So let's just recap the night. As we've seen President Trump be able to take basically the whole southern border, as we've been able to see, as Dr. Moretti stated earlier with Jonah Hoy. We've seen Louisiana, we've seen Missouri, we've seen Alabama, we've seen Mississippi, Tennessee, amongst a lot of other states that have gone red in favor of the president. Now, for Joe Biden, we've seen a lot of the New England area, as I said earlier, in Maine, we've seen New York, and we've seen Illinois. They're able to be called in blue for Joe Biden, and as well as a lot of the West Coast. Talking about California and the biggest prize of the night, their 55 electoral votes, along with Oregon and also Washington State. New Mexico is also going in favor of Joe Biden, as well as Colorado. A little bit of a surprise tonight. Arizona and their 11 electoral college votes looking like it's leaning Joe Biden, and probably Joe Biden being the winner of those electoral votes, as I mentioned. Now, a couple states that we want to talk about that President Trump is currently in the lead on. Currently talking about Texas. Big prize up for grabs in that state, as well as the state of Florida. Florida with about 98% of the votes in right now. Looking like President Trump is going to be able to take that by a good margin, and as well as Georgia. Now, Georgia, a lot of other votes are still coming in, as well as in Pennsylvania, that it's going to take a couple days, and it's going to be a long next 3 days, as the results of a lot of these states are not going to be finalized until probably about Friday. So, John and Nick, it's going to be interesting if President Trump can take Florida and Texas, along with where Joe Biden is right now, over 200 electoral votes, to see what's going to happen, who will get to 270.
And thank you very much once again, Austin Bechtold. Well, John, we're wrapping up now. We're getting close to the end of our program. I think it's time for us to both kind of maybe give some final reflection on this election.
I think, Nick, that this is a tough-fought election for either candidate. This has been a war to the tooth and the nail. It is going to cut down for several more days. This is one of the most difficult elections that we have seen as far as we've been alive, and also throughout our history. There's a global pandemic going on right now. It's tight. But currently, right now, before we head off, Joe Biden is currently in the lead with 209 electoral college votes, and Donald Trump is tailing behind with 118 electoral college votes.
And I think I'm going to wrap it up with this. I'm a man of many words, but not right now. Just respect each other. Respect where everyone comes from. Whatever happens tonight, yeah, it's going to matter in the long run. But at the end of the day, what makes this country great is the diverse people that make this country what it is and truly embody that American spirit. And, John, after that, I think it's time for us to thank Austin Bechtold, Alexis Davis.
They both did a fantastic job tonight. Thank you both. And I would also like to thank Jonah Hoy for interviewing for 4 hours straight tonight. He did a fantastic job. And thank you to, of course, all of our panelists for sharing their information and insight that we didn't always have.
Right. And, of course, our sponsors, Falcone Automotive and The Hangar, which I think me and you said quite a bit tonight, John.
I'm going to get used to saying that a whole lot. Thank you for everyone involved. You really make this happen, and you really make it special.
And this has been SCJ Election Night. Thank you very much for joining us. Stay up to date on RMU-TV.com.